Chapter 12 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages, Part 1. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages, by Jakubowski. Chapter 12, The Institute of Superintendents, Part 1. At an early hour we were up and had our breakfast. I felt that my journey to Orbitello and the hasty glance through the leading departments had been the most instructive day I had ever experienced. But I was not surfeited, and looked forward with interest to the meeting of the Institute of School Superintendents, and especially to Norena's oral lessons from the transition period of the great industrial commonwealth of Etruria. We met in the auditorium of the Department of Public Printing. Many had already arrived and were gathered into groups in various portions of the vast hall, conversing with each other. I took a seat on one side by myself to contemplate the scene before me. I was by nature a student, and here I was among, as it were, a nation of competent instructors, and in a country where everything demonstrated the power to control the great potent forces which govern the external world, and the innate force of our higher moral and spiritual concepts of what should be our relations toward each other, in order to convert this earth into a heaven of blissful, happy contentment. I was among a people who universally regarded an injury to one as the concern of all, and hence health, happiness, and abundance for all was their normal condition. I could hardly realize that this country had once been the abode of poverty and all of its consequences of ignorance, vice, and crime, that here were equal rights, equal opportunities, and an equal share in the unlimited abundance which nature places within the easy reach of intelligent labor, was a universal and unquestioned law of being. There had once been a grasping and cruel financial and commercial power that condemned the wealth-producing millions to lives of unrequited toil, but such, I was repeatedly told, had been the fact, and Norena at this meeting was to give an oral lesson from that period, and describe the power that had oppressed and degraded the people in those early ages. But a short time had gone by since my first meeting with these people, and yet I had become thoroughly absorbed in their mental, moral, and spiritual life. I felt myself to be all intents and purposes one of them. What was it that had so entirely taken possession of my consciousness? In all my life I had never felt so completely at home and at peace with myself and all the world. I was fully satisfied. Norena broke in upon my reverie by asking, "What is it, Nequa, that so absorbs your attention that you seem to be utterly oblivious of the presence of this large assemblage of teachers from all parts of the country to talk over the history of the olden time, when wealth accumulated and men decayed? Have you forgotten what I told you last evening? Orqua will report the lesson from the transition period in English for you, and you can afford to give some attention to your old friends, Eola, McMahon, Polaris, Dione, and your comrades of the Ice King." I looked around and found that, while I had been musing, our party had all gathered near me without attracting my attention, and I said apologetically, "I must have been dreaming." "Then you are dreaming with your eyes wide open," said Orqua. "I noticed that you seemed to be unusually absorbed. What were you thinking about?" "I was pondering," I replied, "how it was possible that this country could ever have been cursed with poverty as the normal condition of the mass of the people, while the few were rich beyond the dreams of avarice, and held those masses bound by fetters that they could not break." "It is now time for the exercises to commence," said Norena. "I will explain the mystery in my address. at least so far as the leading factors are concerned. For in its entirety, it is indeed a long and ghastly picture of human ignorance on one side, and human greed directed by a morally perverted human intelligence on the other side. The chairman called the meeting to order and stated that the first thing on the program would be an address on the transition period by Lorena, the Continental Commissioner of Education, without extended preliminary remarks. The speaker opened the discussion of questions under consideration, from which I condense the following from Orcross reports in English. Yet, notwithstanding my short residence in the country, I believe that I could have given the gist of the address myself without any assistance. I need not, said the speaker, enter into any lengthy explanation before an institute of teachers as to how our ancestors under the old civilization exchanged the products created by their labor for products created by the labor of others, by the use of a law-created medium of exchange called money. Neither need we trace the history of many kinds of products and devices which were used in different ages as a medium of exchange, such as cattle, slaves, shells, tobacco, the skins of animals, and certain stones and metals. These things are only of interest to the antiquarian. It is enough to know for our present purpose that money had originally been devised as a substitute for butter, and marked the first step towards the establishment of a system of exchanging products, which required the exercise of a higher order of mental faculties. During the early part of the transition period, gold and silver were the exclusive materials from which money was coined, except for sums of only a few cents, where the so-called baser metals were used. As the supply of gold and silver were not equal to the demands of business, banks were established to issue notes to circulate as money with the consent of both parties to the exchange. These notes were made redeemable in gold and silver on the demand of the holders, and at frequent intervals the banks failed and the people lost the wealth which they had exchanged for the notes. This was a transfer without compensation of the actual values created by the labor of the people to the note-issuing power, and this process, oft repeated, laid the foundations for many colossal fortunes. In this connection, it may be well to note that in times of great public danger, when the metal coins disappeared from circulation, the government exercised the right to issue a legal tender paper money to meet the deficiency. It served all the purposes of gold, and even in the midst of adversity and disaster brought great industrial prosperity to the people. But when the danger had gone by, strange as it may appear, the government funded this legal tender paper into government bonds, payable, interest, and principal in corn. This process of converting the debt-paying medium of the country into an interest-bearing debt that must be paid in another kind of money which had been hidden away by the more wealthy in times of danger, was the foundation of the great bonded debt of this country, which was established during the transition period. This bonded debt was made the basis of a national bank currency, for the redemption of which, at first in legal tender paper and coin, and later in gold, the people as debtors to the banks were in the last analysis responsible. In other words, the national bank currency derived its sole value as a reliable medium of exchange from the fact that it was based on the public credit, and this public credit belonged to the people, but the private banking associations got the benefit for the private gain of their shareholders, and the service rendered cost the people many times its worth. During the transition period in this country, the people had three kinds of legal tender money: gold, silver, and paper. together with the national banknotes, which were a legal tender as between the people and the government. At the close of this period, silver coin and legal tender paper were made redeemable by the government in gold, on the demand of the holder, and all deferred payments were made payable in gold, on the demand of the creditor. The great bulk of the business of the country among the people was transacted by the use of silver, paper, and banknotes, but the holders of these forms of currency could demand gold in exchange, and if for any cause the government failed to collect enough gold from the people to meet the demand, it became the duty of the Secretary of the Treasury to sell interest-bearing gold bonds to meet the deficiency. Such, in brief, was the complicated, cumbersome, and unscientific system of exchanging or distributing wealth which existed under the old civilization. The means of production being fixed by natural law was the same then as now. Wealth always was and must always continue to be the product of human labor and skill applied to natural resources, facilitated by such mechanical contrivances and business methods as human skill may devise. But the system of distribution, being entirely under human control, is continually changing as affected by human impulses, whether they be selfish, as in the olden time, or altruistic, as they were now. We now exchange a product for a product of equal value, for the convenience and benefit of all, without any charge except for the necessary labor expended in the production and distribution. But under the old civilization, the product was first exchanged for money, and the money was then exchanged with someone else for the product that was wanted in return, as a method of exchanging one value for another. This was a very awkward and unscientific process. But in and of itself, it was not necessarily unjust and oppressive. Yet the system, such as it was, could be used by the greedy few who controlled the financial and commercial affairs of the country for the purpose of exacting such exorbitant tribute from the many as would, and did, condemn the millions to poverty. The few, with their superior business sagacity, took advantage of this semi-barbarous idea of a perpetual money token, which was supposed to contain within itself an actual value, equal to the values which it was used to exchange, and they organized banking as the chief factor in the mechanism of exchange among themselves, which in its operations also gave them control of the perpetual money tokens, which the people must have to carry on their ordinary business transactions with each other. These shrewd financiers had no use for money except to pay balances, and at the time of the end, 97% of the great business transactions of the country were carried on by means of organized credit through banks and clearing houses. This system of minimizing the use of legal money through banking methods, as a matter of course, left a huge surplus in the hands of the great operators, which was loaned to the people, who, in their unorganized condition, were compelled to pay cash. These loans bore various rates of interest, but always much above the average increase of wealth, and very often so exorbitant that the states, for very shame's sake, were compelled to establish certain arbitrary rates, beyond which the money-lender dare not go. This will be seen at a glance that this system of transacting the business of the country on a cash basis by the people and by organized credit through banks by large operators who controlled finance and commerce could not fail to give to the latter an enormous advantage in the aggregate business of the country. The great masses of wealth producers naturally become a debt class. As all wealth was the product of their labor, they must necessarily create the means of paying all indebtedness, interest, and principal. Hence, they constituted the interest-paying masses, while the comparatively small number of large operators constituted a powerful credit class who were continually receiving interest, and hence always had money to loan or invest in such a manner as to be able to receive more interest. And the larger the interest charged against the people, the more they needed money and the more inclined they were to borrow. Cities and towns often voted abundant debt upon themselves for improvements, for the express purpose of providing employment for the workers, so that business might derive some temporary advantage by having the wages expanded in their midst. The great mass of the people did not realize that a part of the same dollars they borrowed must go back to the lender to pay interest, and that the consequent deficiency in the means of payment could only be met by transferring to the creditor a portion of the wealth created by their labor equal to the interest, and the larger the aggregate indebtedness in proportion to the volume of money available for debt-paying purposes, the larger must be the deficiency to be met out of their savings, or what should have been their net income from the exercise of their producing power. But the interest on loans, public and private, was only a small fraction of the burden of usury imposed upon the wealth-producing masses. All the large industrial, financial, and commercial enterprises of the country were on a debt-creating basis. Stock companies owned the railroads of the country, the streetcars, waterworks, gasworks, and the electric light and power plants of the cities. All the great manufacturing, mining, and commercial enterprises, the steamship lines, and even vast banana farms and stock ranges. All these interests were operated with a view to pay in dividends on the stock, in addition to the operating expenses, and were therefore equivalent to a perpetual interest-bearing debt, the principal of which never could be paid. The constructive indebtedness was intended to be perpetual, and its volume was not limited to the actual cost of the various enterprises that were incorporated. The railroads, for instance, sold stock to many times the cost of the roads, or as it was called, watered the stock, and then they ordinarily bonded the roads to a vast sums besides. These bonded debts, however, were very often created for the purpose of bankrupting the companies for the enrichment of an inside ring. This process was known as freezing out the stockholders, and by thus reducing capitalization, it was not necessary for the roads to exact so much tribute from their patrons in order to pay dividends. Other co-operate enterprises also watered their stock, and some of them got such a hold upon the people that they continued to pay exorbitant dividends on their factitious valuation until they were absorbed into the larger combination of the whole people. At the close of the transaction period, the volume of interest-bearing indebtedness and dividend-earning investments was estimated at 50,000 millions, and the average cost to the people 6% per annum, or an aggregate of 3,000 millions every year to be taken out of the wealth produced by the people. The bulk of these obligations, public, co-operate, and private, was held by the great banking institutions which had been established by the cooperation and trust magnates, who practically owned the lands and all the machinery of production and distribution. They owned not only the indebtedness against the people, but they controlled the medium by which it must be paid, and on their demand under the law, this medium of final payment was gold. And this great creditor class was the principal employer of labor and controlled both the buying and selling of products which the people must have for the purposes of consumption. Thus, Fixing both the income and the expenses of the producer, it was not difficult to collect that tribute. A pro rata of the great annual charge of interest, dividends, and profits against the people was collected from the producer in the shape of a discount on what he had to sell, whether it was his labor or its products. The remainder was charged up to consumption and constituted a part of the price that was paid for every article that was purchased. The cost to the consumer of every commodity purchased consisted of 5 distinct elements. First, interest on the money supposed to be invested in its production and distribution. Second, rent upon all the buildings in which it had been stored, which would include cars or vessels used in transportation. Third, profit to all who had handled the product. Fourth, its pro rata of taxation. And fifth, the wages paid to the labor expended in its production, transportation, superintendents, and distribution. These fifth elements in the cost was all that went to useful labor, while the other elements went to the great financial, industrial, and commercial combines, which held the mass of the people in their grasp. Of course, under the operation of this system, where both the income and the expenses of the producer were determined by this great creditor class for its own selfish purposes, it is not strange that the condition of the average toiler was one of poverty, nor is it strange that a widespread spirit of unrest, and even of angry and violent discontent, threatened the peace of society and the perpetuity of established institutions and a stable government. But to us, it does indeed look strange that the brawny millions whose strong arms and undaunted courage had conquered the untamed forces of nature and made the wilderness a fit dwelling place for a refined and cultured people, could have been bound hand and foot by such a gossamer thread as the puny power of a few owners of gold. But when we take into consideration the fundamental truth that mind controls matter, and that the few who were at the top had cultivated brains, while the many who are at the bottom had only cultivated muscles, the mystery is solved. The toiling masses had no conception of their power, and on their plan of intelligence were utterly unable to hold their own against the wily schemes of the more intelligent few. At the time of which we speak, 4/5 of the aggregate wealth of the country had passed into the hands of a small fraction of the people, and millions were landless, homeless, and dependent for subsistence upon the scruples, as to speak, that fell from the tables of their lordly masters, who controlled every avenue to employment, and dictated the terms upon which they were permitted to live. Being few in numbers, they could and did cooperate with each other for their mutual advantage. All they had to do in order to keep wages at a minimum was to leave a large number of applicants unemployed, and hence very poor, who at all times would be ready to take the place of workmen who demanded more liberal wages. The self-employed farmers were but little better off than the wage workers, as they were forced to sell their products and purchase their supplies at prices fixed by the great financial, industrial, and commercial combines, which controlled the business of the country. Under the inequitable methods of exchange which existed at that time, the mass of the people were powerless to help themselves. The fortunate few who controlled money dictated how much they might receive for their labor or its products, and how much of the products created by the labor of others they could purchase with the process. To us, the natural remedy for discrimination of this kind, so unjust and oppressive to the mass of the people, seems so self-evident and easy of application, that it is not strange that many have been inclined to doubt the correctness of much that is recorded in the history of the economic conditions which existed under the old civilization, when human selfishness ruled supreme in business affairs. But when we take into consideration the fact that at that time the world had never had a single object lesson large enough to be seen by the great of mankind as to what would constitute an equitable system of distribution, we are forced to the conclusion that the adverse conditions existing during the transition period were just what might have been expected under the circumstances. The few who had the ability to conduct the business of the world did not understand that the productive power of the earth is practically unlimited, so that under an equitable system of exchange, there is absolutely no possibility of any person being reduced to poverty. Then, too, the great masses were but a few generations removed from a condition of absolute serfdom, and were just what ages of drudgery had made them, and could not be expected to take broad and comprehensive views of the great economic problems by which they were confronted. The world had never known anything but the private ownership of all the means of production and distribution, and the desire to lay up treasures was universally regarded as laudable and praiseworthy. Under these circumstances, neither the few who had monopolized the earth nor the many who were disinherited could have been reasonably expected to be other than they were. Both alike were the product of long ages of growth. The wheat and the tares must necessarily grow up together, nurtured by the same soil, until the harvest is ready, and then the separation takes place strictly in accordance with natural law. The good power which established itself in this country during the transition period was an exotic that had been imported from the old world. Its object was to control every nation on earth for its own gain, without being the royal supporter of any. It had secured absolute control over the nations of the old world before it succeeded in financially conquering the new. Whenever it succeeded in establishing the gold standard in any country, it established its local branch for controlling that country's finances. Its first object was to promote the creation of national bonded debts, payable, principal, and interest, in gold. For this purpose, it was always ready to loan money to carry on wars, and each country could negotiate its loans through its own local branch. But the creditor in every case, as a matter of fact, was the international gold power of the world, which had no preferences between nations but sought to impose a bonded debt alike upon all. There was absolutely nothing patriotic about it. All it wanted was a lien upon the industries of the world that would produce a steady income in the shape of interest. In this country, we had a republican form of government, and with our vast area of public lands, the people were more independent by far than the people of any other country ever had been, notwithstanding the fact that they were robbed unmercifully by the private banks which issued notes and then suspended, so that the notes which the people had accepted for their property became worthless. At frequent intervals, these bank panics reduced thousands of people to bankruptcy. But the country was new, and the land could be had for the asking, so when pressed to the wall, as it were, in the more populous districts along the eastern border, they came west on the public lands, made new homes, and soon accumulated another competency. It is not strange that this international gold power of the world cast longing eyes upon a country that was so productive and could recover so rapidly from industrial depressions and financial disasters. For nearly 100 years after the establishment of our republic, notwithstanding the prevalent white cat banking system as it was called, and the absurd reference for the so-called precious metals. The people of this country were practically independent of the great gold power, which had its headquarters in Atlan, while the founders of the Republic had made gold and silver coin the standard money of the country. They reserved the right to issue treasury notes, and also to make them a legal tender, and as there was no great debt, and the land could be had for the asking, the economic independence of the people could not be entirely crushed out, and therefore Etruria offered an actual barrier to the encroachments of the gold power. Before the people could be actually subjugated financially, a vast bonded debt must be created, and in order to induce the people to agree to such a debt, the life of the Republic must be placed in jeopardy. A foreign war was not to be thought of, as it would arouse to fever heat all of the innate democratic hatred against aristocratic rule of every name and description, but a war between the states would serve the same purpose. The conditions that made such an interstate struggle possible had unintentionally been provided for by the founders of the Republic. At the time when the Republic was established, the colored people were held as slaves in nearly all of its original colonies. This institution was regarded by the founders of the Republic as inconsistent with the spirit of its institutions, and it was unsparingly denounced as the son of all villainies by a large number, and one state after another emancipated its slaves, and new free states were admitted until the country was practically half slave and half free. In the manufacturing states, uncultured slave labor was not profitable, and hence there was but little objection to its abolition. But in the agricultural states, such labor was valuable, as the old world furnished an unfailing market for all the surplus products. The gold power of Atlan took advantage of the situation to sow the seeds of discord between the two sections. Missionaries were sent into the manufacturing states, papers established, and literature distributed, appealing to the sympathies of the people in behalf of the slaves, and creating a public sentiment against the slave-holding states. These anti-slavery missionaries came in the name of religion and humanity, and it cannot be denied that ample grounds existed for all that could be said against chattel slavery. But the purposes for which the anti-slavery agitation was used by the gold power were, if possible, to destroy the Republic, or failing in this, involve the country in an interstate war and induce the patriotic lovers of liberty to consent to the establishment of a vast bonded debt. Another class of missionaries was sent into the slave-holding states, and another class of literature circulated, proclaiming that cotton is king, and that if free trade with all the world was established, the planters would be the wealthiest and happiest people on earth, that all that stood in the way was the union with the anti-slavery states, which sought to abolish the peculiar institution that enabled the planters to produce such a magnificent surplus, which the old world stood ready to take in unlimited quantities, at high prices in gold, just as soon as free trade could be established. To secure this grand victory for agriculture, all that was needed was to dissolve the union with the anti-slavery states and their pet hobby of tariff duties on imported goods. Both sections of the country were flooded with literature, all of which contained enough of truth to make it attractive to honest people, and enough of misrepresentation to engender the most bitter and antagonistic feelings between them. The institution of slavery was wrong, in and of itself, but the anti-slavery agitators ignored the fact that the mass of the slaves were not qualified for self-government, and that the perpetuity of free institutions depended upon the intelligence of the voters. They did not try to convert the slave-holding states to the policy of educating their slaves and preparing them for freedom, but they went to the non-slave-holding states and demanded the immediate and unconditional abolition of slavery in the other section. This was, as a matter of course, most exasperating to the people of the slave states, who in their capacity as independent states felt themselves amply competent to attend to their own affairs. In the political discussions of that time, half-truths served all the purposes of full-grown falsehoods as a means of deluding the people. The free trade agitators of the slave states were unqualifiedly right when they called attention to the fact that all imported duties were a tax upon the people in proportion to their expenses, instead of their incomes, and were therefore unjust and oppressive to the great masses of the people. But they ignored the fact that the absolute free trade that did exist between all sections of the country was of vastly more importance to the slave-holding states than free trade with any foreign country could possibly be. The manufacturing states of their own country were over 2,000 miles nearer to them than the manufacturing countries of the Old World, and that fact, with a fair compensation to labor, would have given them an assured market for their surplus products without paying transportation charges both ways across the ocean. But the leading object of these free trade agitators was to appeal to the selfish impulses of the few who owned slaves, and to the race prejudices of the mass of non-slave holders, by telling them that the abolitionists proposed to place them on terms of political and social equality with the slaves. They were taught to believe that under the prevailing tariff regulations, they were taxed for the special benefit of the modest skills of the manufacturing states, who, being low down in the social scale themselves, wanted to bring the proud, chivalrous people of the slave states down to the level of their chattel slaves. As a matter of fact, neither the producing mass of the free states or the non-slave holders of the slave states had the remotest conception that the international gold power of Atlan was taking advantage of the discussion of slavery and free trade through its paid agents to sow the seeds of discord between the two sections of the great republic of the New World, and they permitted their resentments for fancied wrongs to be fanned into a flame of fierce indignation, which, as was intended, culminated in a bloody strife and the creation of a vast bonded debt. This fratricidal struggle lasted nearly 5 years, and when it ended, the people found themselves in debt, billions of dollars, to a class of people who had speculated on their necessities. The unsuspecting mass on both sides had bared their breasts to the stone of battle, endured all the privations and suffered all the losses, and were in debt for all the expenses of the war, including their own services, to the international money power which ruled the world. End of Chapter 12, Part 1. Chapter 12 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Chapter 12, Part 2. The Institute of School Superintendents concluded. In order to carry on the war, paper money was issued and paid out to the soldiers, sailors, and citizens for their services. This money performed all the functions of gold, and notwithstanding the fact that the people were engaged in a most destructive war, It stimulated all branches of business and brought on an era of great industrial prosperity. But after the war was over, this same paper money, which had been paid to the people as the original creditors of the government, and for which they had signed receipts in full for their services, was converted into interest-bearing bonds, and these same soldiers, sailors, and citizens were taxed to pay to those who speculated on their necessities in the hour of danger, the same debt that had originally been due to themselves, and for which they had received legal tender paper money. But had the process of funding the legal tender debt-paying medium of the country into bonds ceased at this point, the international gold power of the world would never have been able to financially subjugate the people of this country as under the law creating the bonds. The debt was payable in legal tender paper money, so another step must be taken. The debt had been created, and a large portion of the money had been burned, but the bonds did not call for gold, except for interest. Hence a law was enacted resuming specie payments, and the bonds were made payable in coin. And now the people who had taken paper dollars for their services in saving the Union were taxed to pay gold dollars to the money kings for the paper dollars they had received. We can scarcely convince at this distant day how it was possible for our ancestors to have been so stupid as not to see through this outrage that was perpetrated upon them, but nevertheless, history records the fact that for 30-odd years after this bare-faced legalized robbery had been committed, a vast majority of men were voting their approval, which was proclaimed throughout the world as the triumph of patriotic statesmanship. As the direct result of this kind of financial legerdemain, which converted the debt-paying medium of the country into an interest-bearing debt, the wages of labor and the prices of products steadily declined. Business enterprises were wound up in bankruptcy at the rate of more than 1,000 per month, and millions of workmen were forced into idleness and thronged the highways in all parts of the country, demoralized, degraded, and becoming a sure menace to civilization. As a result of the war between the states, chattel slavery had been abolished, but another form of industrial servitude, the wage system, had fallen heir to all of its worst features. The owners of the chattel slaves had the power to be oppressive and cruel, but personal interest demanded that the slave should always be provided with food, shelter, and raiment, while the wage slave could be turned out to starve when from sickness, age, or any other cause. It was more profitable to dispense with his services. The wage slave who must work or starve was serving a much more exacting and cruel master than the most heartless owner of chattel slaves ever could have been. While the slave owner had always been very careful not to give his chattel slaves an opportunity to run away, the wage slave very often lived in a perpetual dread that his master would pay him off and tell him to go. Conditions such as these could not fail to arouse a widespread feeling of dissatisfaction, and as every man had a vote, political agitation was the logic result of the situation, and politicians were kept busy in defending old policies and proposing new ones, all for the professed purpose of securing better conditions for the great masses of the people. A slight glance at a few of the popular economic and political ideas of that time indicates the average status of popular intelligence, and is therefore useful in tracing the evolutionary forces which were operating at that time for the elimination of selfishness and the establishment of equality in human affairs. As the times grew harder, the politicians of the old school told the people that the overproduction of wealth was the cause of all their poverty and distress, and for a time the great masses seemed to be satisfied with this explanation. They did not pause to inquire how it was possible for them to produce so much food and clothing and build so many houses, and for that reason be compelled to go hungry, dress in rags, and be without shelter. Further on, this same class of politicians told the people that what they needed was to make their silver and paper money redeemable in gold, and then they would have $1 that would purchase more, and the majority of the people decided in favor of the gold standard. They did not reflect that the larger the purchasing power of the dollar might be, the more of their labor it would require in order to get the dollar. And so, without understanding what they were doing, the laboring mass of the country actually voted to decrease the money-earning power of their own labor. But had they decided in favor of more money, while their wages would have gone up, their cost of living would have increased, and they would not have been materially benefited, except incidentally, as a part of the great debt class, which was required to pay interest as part of the price of everything purchased for consumption. As we may add that but for the fact that the great masses who produced wealth by their labor constituted a debt class, the advantages and disadvantages between a larger or smaller volume of money would have formed a perfect equation, and the condition of the masses would neither have been better nor worse, as in either case the banks would have determined the amount that was permitted to circulate among the people by making or withholding loans as might, at the time, best promote their own interests. While the gold power was international in its character and not royal to any country, it always took an active interest in molding the opinions of the dominant political parties of all countries. It was necessary for it to have at least 2 favorites among the dominant parties, so that by turns they might spring reforms, so-called, based on half-truths, to attract the constantly increasing number of dissatisfied voters. The demand for an increased volume of money in order to raise the wages of labor and the price of farm products was a question of this character, and it was sufficient to sidetrack and head off a more searching investigation as to the real causes of poverty. This was met by the demand for a better quality of money that would purchase more goods. The arguments in favor of both contained half-truths which were dwelt upon with great force, but the success of either still left the gold power, directly or indirectly, in a position to control the situation. The same thing was true in regard to the tariff question, which the gold power made a dominant issue between its favorite parties. The question itself could be used to call attention away from the question of finance, which had a more direct bearing upon the vital matter of exchange, and was therefore more likely to educate the people to a point where they could no longer be deluded by an ingenious discussion of half-truths. This question, in order to be made available for the purposes of the gold power, must necessarily have 2 seemingly antagonistic political parties to go before the people. One party advocated a tariff for revenue with free trade arguments, while the other advocated a tariff for protection, and appealed to the laboring classes to maintain liberal wages for themselves by voting for a high tariff that would exclude foreign goods. The positions taken by these parties were about equally delusive, and neither would have in the least delayed the dangerous encroachments of the gold power. A tariff for revenue could in no sense be a free trade party, but it did propose to raise revenue by duties on imports. This duty would of course be paid by the people as part of the price of the goods which they consumed, and hence the tax would be in proportion to their expenses without any reference to their incomes. Those who expended their entire incomes in consumption would be taxed upon the whole, while those who expended only a small fraction would be taxed only on the fraction so expended. As a system of taxation, it is difficult to conceive of one that would be more unequal in its bearings, and more oppressive to people of small incomes. On the other hand, the tariff for protection party proposed to make the duties on imports so high that foreign productions would be kept out, and the home market secured to the employers of home labor. This, it was claimed, would enable the employers of labor to pay higher wages, which was true, but the selfishness of the heartless employer was always in favor of keeping wages at a minimum, and the noble, generous employer could not afford to pay any more. If he did, his heartless competitor would undersell him in the market and destroy his business. Hence, we are not surprised that the statistics proved the tendency of wages to be toward a minimum under both parties. That is, a sum barely sufficient to provide food, clothing, and shelter, and to enable the workman to rise another toiler to take his place when he was no longer able to work. Under this tariff for protection policy, the revenues raised were just as oppressive and unjust to people of small incomes as under the policy of a tariff for revenue only. But with this additional burden, that the increased price of home products was assessed upon the people in the same unequal manner. But on the other side, more home labor could be employed, which benefited the workmen in protected industries at the expense of the classes which were not protected. Of course, even the tariff for protection party, which had so much to say in favor of holding the home market for home products, never seriously intended to exclude foreign products, as that would have put an end to all revenue. This delusive series of a tariff for revenue and a tariff for protection served the purposes of the gold power, by calling the attention of the people away from the real difficulty which stood in the way of wealth producers. All that the people needed was an opportunity to apply their labor to natural resources, and be enabled to exchange their products for products of equal value produced by the labor of others. The foreign trade of the country was a matter of small importance compared with the home trade. If at almost any time during the later part of the transaction period, the people of this country had been guaranteed just such rations as were provided for soldiers or even convicts, there would have been no surplus for exportation, and had the whole people been provided with all the clothing that was needed to keep them well clad, it would have been taken the entire product of wool, flax, cotton, and leather. But the press of that day, religious as well as secular, was to such a great extent under the control of the gold power, that facts such as these were kept away from the mass of the people, and it may be added in this connection that the educational system of the country was controlled by this same power to suppress the truth on economic questions, and many eminent scholars were removed from professorships in the higher institutions of learning, because they refused to teach such sophistries as suited the purposes of the gold power. In our very brief mention of the political agitations of that time, we have only referred to the leading measures advocated by the dominant political parties. It is due, however, to even that benighted age to state that at every step taken by the international gold power to financially conquer the world, a few of the more enlightened and self-sacrificing spirits boldly exposed the financial wrongs which were being perpetrated against the people for the still further enrichment of the money kings of the old world and their agents and co-workers in the great centers of wealth in this country. But these courageous, clear-headed, and humanity-loving pioneers of a higher civilization were thrown down as dangerous agitators and enemies of law and order, and every foul epithet was applied to them. If in business they were boycotted, and if belonging to the ranks of labor, they were blacklisted and in many cases imprisoned on false charges, and some were even executed for crimes which they did not commit. And yet the measures of reform they advocated along political lines were usually of such a nature that had they been enacted into law, they would only have prolonged, for a few decades perhaps, the false system which pauperized and degraded the toiling millions. So much for the political agitations, which had for their ostensible object the improvement of the economic condition of the great masses of the people. Yet they did much good as a means of educating the more intelligent into a better understanding of the situation, and revealed the apparently utter hopelessness of ever being able to secure necessary reforms by political action, as no matter how pure at first might be the objects of a political party, just as soon as it was successful, the offices were in sight, the work of corruption set in, and its principles became subordinate in the minds of its leaders to the more profitable occupation of office-seeking. But other more potent factors than political agitation were at work among the masses in the shape of great industrial organizations of the farmers and wage workers. These organizations, as a rule, were strictly non-political. The farmers sought to secure higher prices for the products of the farm without any regard for the interests of the millions of wage workers and others upon whom they depended for a market. Another object of the farmers was to reduce their cost of living by securing lower prices on their implements and other supplies. By concentrating their trade and taking advantage of the competition between dealers, they often succeeded in securing very much reduced prices on goods, and this furnished what was regarded as a legitimate excuse for reducing the wages of the employees engaged in their manufacture. This reduction of wages crippled the market for farm products and offended both the employer and the workman, as in the end the farmers defeated themselves and succeeded in arraying all other classes of people against them. But it was the wage workers who suffered the most from the great oligarchy of wealth, which had been established in the name of the people for the express purpose of exacting profits from the industrial classes. They organized the trade unions, which ultimately federated into one great national organization with a view to securing higher wages and fewer hours of labor, without any regard to the interests of the consumers of their products. The number of workmen in these trade unions were at all times but a small fraction of the multitude which depended upon wages. As a rule, the purposes and methods of these labor organizations were in practice, if not in theory, based upon the same false principles that characterized the industrial despotism against which they were protesting. Selfishness was a distinguishing characteristic and a fatal defeat. The skilled workmen who had employment cared but little for the non-union workman of his own craft, except as a possible competitor for his job, and nothing whatever for the great masses of common laborers, who were so numerous and so poor that organization could do them no good as a means of maintaining wages. The union workman recognized no interest in common with the unemployed outside of his own fraternity. Instead of bonding together to devise ways and means by which all could find employment, the trade unions sought only to secure work and maintaining wages for the comparatively small number who were members in good standing. Hence, in case of strikes and lockouts, the unemployed workmen were actuated by the same selfish motives, and did not hesitate to take their place whenever they could be protected from violence, and whenever they did so, the union workmen made war upon them, while they recognized the relation of master and servant as one that was to be perpetrated. They denied the right of the scraps, as they were called, to accept employment from their masters, no matter how destitute they might be. Neither did they question the right of employers, who in the days of the old civilization were principally powerful corporations, to control the enactment and the enforcement of the laws. As a rule, the workmen divided their voting power between the political parties, which were controlled by their masters, with such evident inability to grasp the situation in which they were placed. It is not strange that the employers were enabled to obtain absolute control of every branch of government, state and national, legislative, executive, and judicial, notwithstanding the fact that every labor had a vote, which counted just as much as that of the most wealthy corporation magnates. Conspiracy laws were enacted, which could be used for their suppression as occasion required. The right of trial by jury was denied by the courts, and the champions of labor were imprisoned for long terms for disobeying the mandates of the courts. Finally, the Supreme Court, in the case of a sailor who had refused to serve for the period for which he had hired, decided that his employer had a right to hold him in bondage until the expiration of the contract, that the ownership over himself had ceased for the time specified, and that the constitutional provision which prohibited involuntary servitude did not apply to such as him. One of the labor papers of that time characterized this opinion of the court as the fugitive sailor decision, a name by which it is known in the history of those dark days of the transition period. But unfriendly legislation and one-sided court decisions were not the only factors in crushing the hopes of labor. This was a period of wonderful scientific discoveries of natural forces and mechanical inventions by which they could be utilized in saving labor. The grandmothers who boasted that they could spin 3 miles of thread in one day, from sunrise to sundown, lived to see their little granddaughters spin 3,000 miles in 10 hours with the aid of machinery. Similar improvements were introduced into every branch of industry. The machinery belonged to the employer, and he added the saving to his profit. He did not need so many workmen to produce all that the people were able to purchase, and the workmen were dismissed to join the mighty army of the unemployed. For a time, certain skilled workmen were able to maintain living wages by means of organization, but continued improvements in machinery ultimately enabled common laborers to take their places and reduced the number of experts required to such a degree that their conditions was but little better than that of the unskilled. Among the best paid organizations of the olden time was the locomotive engineers, But ultimately, electricity took the place of steam, and a motorman from the ranks of common labor took the places of both an engineer and a fireman. The machine displaced 3/4 of the apprentices at first, and later a still larger number of what remained. By introducing the principles of multiplex telegraphy, which enabled one expert to operate machines at the same time in a number of separate offices in different parts of the world whenever the copy was the same. Labor economists called attention to this displacement of labor by machinery, but the press and the politicians in the service of the corporations claimed that this cheapening of production was of great benefit to the people by securing a corresponding reduction in prices. Finally, after a persistent agitation for years, the National Commissioner of Labor was required to make a careful examination, and in his report, among a multitude of similar items, we find that the labor cost of a $5 hod was only 34 cents, a $10 plow 79 cents, and so on to the end of a long catalogue of commodities which the people always needed. The question was, who got the difference between the amount received by the actual producer and the price paid by the consumer? The answer was self-evident. Outside of clerk hire, it must have gone to pay profits in some form to non-producers. But after this official demonstration that the lion's share of the wealth created by productive labor went to non-producing speculators, the great masses of the people still continued to use their influence to perpetuate this inequitable system, which practically confiscated the wealth created by their labor to pay profits on speculative investments. The mass of the small dealers of that time were no better off, in many respects, than the wealth-producing laborers, but being in some sense a part of the profit-exacting system, they held to it longer in the vain hope that a time might come when by some fortuitous turn in business or lucky speculation they could amass millions. As a class, they had never devoted themselves to an earnest and careful study of economic questions, but as long as the people came and purchased goods and left a profit in their hands, they were satisfied, and paid no attention to the far-reaching influences which were surely paving the way to their ultimate failure in business. Hence, it was not until just before the end of the old civilization that they began to realize that something was the matter. Sharp competition among the large number of small dealers reduced the average profits below a fair compensation for the labor expended, and the large combines with unlimited money capital were unable to meet the universal demand for cheap goods. The dealers were finding themselves crowded out of business. They blamed their customers for not giving them the preference, even if the large department stores could afford to sell for less. They demanded legislation against the large stores, and took an active interest in the antitrust agitation of the time. This opposition to trusts and department stores, like the farmers' organizations and trade unions, took a very narrow view of the situation. They saw the profits decreasing, and their sole object was to prevent this, without any reference to the interests of the people, who, as purchasers of goods, must pay all the profits. The masses of the people understood their motives and did not hesitate to patronize department stores and purchase trust products, provided they could get them for less. They might have been able to protect themselves from the inordinate greed of the trusts and companies by taking their customers into partnership and with their assistance organizing consumption and thus controlling distribution for the equal benefit of all. This would have been in exact accordance with the idea that had been handed down in the system of religion. that we should always do unto others as we would have them do unto us. The entire history of Etruria as an independent republic belongs to the transition period in the process of the world, and in a larger, but not so well defined a sense it extends to the discovery of the continents, and even to an earlier period, distinguished by the breaking up of the ancient religious hierarchy and the introduction of a constantly increasing number of warring sects. These were the revolutionary forces developed under the operations of natural law, in strict accordance with the constitution of the human mind, which always tends towards the utmost possible development of the race, physically, mentally, and morally. These forces in the early stages of human development work so slowly that even the best trained intellects do not discover their existence, and hence have no power to intelligently cooperate with them, with a view to accelerating their own progress upward toward the highest possible plans of development. But it was during the last 40 years of this transition period that all these forces became more apparent to the careful historian, and it is this to which I have more particularly directed your attention. Human selfishness on the lower plans of development constitutes the first step in the development of that higher selfhood, which is the predominating characteristic on the higher plans. During the last 50 years of the transition period, human selfishness, in the baser sense, was making its last struggle for existence as the controlling factor in human affairs. All classes of people were inspired to action by selfish interests, and these interests could not fail to clash. Out of this clashing between forces, they ultimately learned that the best and highest interest of every individual could always be secured by carefully guiding the interest of every other individual. Out of this was involved our present universal rule, which governs our relations towards each other, of each for all and all for each, and hence all are equally secure in the exercise of every natural right and in the possession of absolute economic independence. The gold power sought for and secured universal dominion over all the nations of the earth, and there being no other nations to conquer, in its ordinate greed, it continued to impose additional burdens upon the people. This met opposition, first from one class and then from another, but all these movements were animated by the same element of selfishness which characterized the gold power. The farmers organized to secure better conditions for themselves without any regard to the interests of the millions of wage workers and others upon whom they depended for a market. The workmen organized to secure better wages for the members of their unions, with no regard for any other class of people, or even for other workmen who did not belong to their fraternity. At the close of the old system, the small dealers and manufacturers were unanimous against the encroachments of the vast combines who could undersell them, but they ignored the interests of the great mass of consumers upon whom they depended for a market. Selfishness, in the baser sense, guaranteed the failure of all these movements. No one class of people seeking to promote its own selfish interests was able to hold its own against the superior intelligence of the great financiers who had planned to financially conquer the world by controlling the world's supply of gold through an organized system of creating debts, both actual for borrowed money and constructive as investments which exacted tribute from the wealth-producing classes. This process of debt-creating continued until in this country the entire volume of 1,600 millions of money of all kinds would have paid but a fraction of the annual charge for interest, dividends, etc., upon investments and all the gold in the world. About $4 billion would have paid but a fraction of the principal. But another, and in the end, the most potent revolutionary force, which was destined to emancipate the people, was the arousing of the moral sense of large numbers who had never turned their attention to the study of economic science, but whose souls revolted at the conditions imposed upon vast multitudes of people. The gold power, while still a mighty factor in the control of the religious press, and a large number of the leading religious teachers of the country, was not able to still the voice of the truest disciples of Christus, and this demanded that the spirit of the founder of their religion should be exemplified in the practical, everyday affairs of life. They well understood that if the people were doing to each other as they would have others do to them, there would be no such thing as poverty, with all its tendencies towards vice and crime. These pioneers of a diviner civilization, with nothing but a theological training, were perhaps not clear in their own minds as to just how this golden rule could be applied in business under the prevailing financial and commercial systems of the country, but they did believe that the idea in every human relation could be realized, and they insisted that the effort should be made by every true follower of Christus to establish the dominion of good upon earth, to the end that righteousness might prevail in human affairs. For this grand culmination, the operation of the revolutionary forces for the last 50 years had been a postgraduate course for the workers who were to set the machinery in motion, on the material plane, by which all the crushing burdens imposed by greed could be easily and speedily removed. And in this course, the mistakes made by the people had been the most potent educators. The producing classes had been induced to organize, because they felt that they were not getting their just share in the distribution of wealth, but to save that which was lost in the distribution, they made the strange mistake of organizing as producers. The farmer had no need of an organization to enable him to produce more wealth. The soil would produce just as much without such organization or with it. The same thing was true of mechanics, miners, and other wage workers who organized in their capacity of wealth producers. But as consumers, they could all stand on one platform, and being the market upon which all producers must depend, they would be masters of the situation, with an equal distribution of the benefits of such organization of consumption. It would be just as easy to pay dividends to labor, and thus increase their share in the distribution, as it was to pay dividends on capitalized investments. So it was that at a time when everything seemed hopeless, the few who never yielded to disappointments, and who had made an exhaustive study of existing economic conditions, reinforced the earnest followers of Christus, who were demanding the application of the golden rule in business by formulating methods by which this much desired result could be attained. They have studied the moral problem that confronted the religionists from the objective side, and understood just how it must be solved along business lines, inasmuch as all material wealth was created by labor and distributed by being bought and sold. It followed as a logical sequence that there was but one way by which every useful worker could secure a just share in the distribution, and that was to take charge of the business of exchange, buying and selling, and divide the benefits equally among all who united their efforts to establish the largest possible round of exchange between producers and consumers. This was simply the organization of the market for the express purpose of establishing equity in distribution by paying dividends to labor, the people had at least discovered the vital truth upon which the application of the Golden Rule depends, that organized consumption controls distribution. Organizations of consumers were affected with a view to concentrating their purchasing power through channels of their own, not to reduce prices, but to pour the net profits into a common fund for the equal benefit of all the members. A portion of these was set aside as an educational fund to extend the work, and the remainder was used to pay dividends to the members who, as customers, had paid the profits into the common treasury. This was known as the dividend to labor, and it was always distributed equally, as it had been secured by the united purchasing power of all the members. And in order to secure this fund, which belonged alike to all, no member had added 1 cent to his or her cost of living. It was all a saving, as between the new equitable system of exchange and the old and wasteful profit system. This was a profit-saving business machine of which the producers, who constituted in the main the great markets of the world, could not be deprived, and with this it became a matter of indifference as to who had immediate control of the labor-saving machinery of production. This movement had its origin in the West, where the people were more inclined to think for themselves, but the benefits were so decided and so easily secured that it spread rapidly. The first exchanges demonstrated that the use of money could be largely minimized, and banks were established as depositories for all the money that came into their hands, and to facilitate their financial relations with unorganized communities where money was still a necessity. These savings of money were held as a sacred trust to enable the members to pay taxes and debts in cases where the creditor could not be induced to take products at a fair price. Among themselves, they used exchange certificates, which were issued on the deposit of products or money and for necessary labor, these certificates being issued on values which were seeking a market and redeemed in products needed for consumption and cancelled, constituted an ideal currency that was always just equal to the demand, neither more nor less. The people learned by experience how easy it was to minimize the use of money, and the tendency of this decrease in the demand for money was to relatively increase the amount in circulation. It was easy now for the most unfamiliar with business methods to understand how the large operators under the old system had enriched themselves by making their settlements through great clearing houses where one obligation cancelled another, and only 2 or 3% of money had been used to pay balances, and they could see how even this balance among wealth producers could take the shape of a check against the future production, and money be entirely eliminated as a medium in the exchange of wealth. All the people who were doing their buying and selling through these exchanges were regularly supplied with carefully prepared literature on economic questions and business methods, and of general information as to the trend of current events, the progress of the new order which placed business on an ethnic basis, and all matters of advantage for an independent, cultured citizenship to understand. Then, for the first time, the multitudes began to realize the weakness of the fragile thread by which they had been bound to the triumphal car of capitalism. Their experience gave them confidence. They used the same business methods for the benefit of the many that had enabled the few to concentrate in their own hands 4/5 of the wealth of the country. It was therefore no untried experiment. They were only exercising the same kind of business sagacity that had been used by the money kings to financially conquer the world. Just in proportion as they decreased the demand for money, it flowed in upon them in exchange for their products at a steadily increasing price. They had established a debt-paying instead of a debt-creating system of business, and in the course of time, their debts were all paid. The necessity for legal money had disappeared. The people were free from its exactions, and all they had to do was to produce what they consumed, and consume what they produced, exchanging equivalent for the equal benefit of all. And thus the world had been saved from its thraldom to greed by the establishment of the kingdom of God and his righteousness, as had been enjoyed by Christus at the beginning of the old religious system 2,000 years before. This, which was enjoyed at the beginning of the dispensation, was realized at its close, and hence the first became the last, because the last was the first reduced to practice in human affairs. End of chapter 12, part 2.
Chapter 13, Part 1 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Molehill Mountain. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 13, Part 1. Bona Dea. As I listened to Nerena's description of the financial and commercial system which had once existed in Altruria, I could not help but notice its close similarity to the system which prevailed in the outer world. As he elucidated the international and seemingly unlimited power that had been exercised by the owners of gold, and how it would take all the gold in the world to pay a small fraction of the annual interest on the obligations held against the people, my heart sank within me at the utter hopelessness of their condition. I was expecting to hear that the people in their desperation had blotted this power from the earth with fire and sword, but the speaker finished with merely a description of a more equitable system of transacting business. Just as he had come to this most interesting place in the discussion, the institute closed and took a recess for dinner, and McNair began to introduce us to the superintendents of many of the large educational institutions of the country who were members. As we were leaving the hall, Aqua joined us, accompanied by a magnificent-looking woman who she introduced to me as Bona Dea, the superintendent of the matron's home at Lake Byblis, saying, "My dear Nequa, I want you to learn that in Altruria we commence the education of children before they are born. This is what these matrons' homes are established for, and Bona Dea is superintendent of one of the oldest, largest, and most thoroughly equipped institutions of this kind in the world. I want you to make her acquaintance, and I doubt not that you will become fast friends." "I am indeed glad to meet you," I said, "as I want to learn all that I can about these, to me, strange educational institutions." "And I," said Bona Dea, "shall be happy to give you any information in my power. Aqua informs me that you are preparing a book descriptive of our civilization, and I am much interested, as an Altrurian, in what it may present to the people of the outer world." "Yes," I said, "and by all means, I want it to contain a review of these matrons' homes, and all that can be learned in regard to their origin and the good they are designed to accomplish for humanity." "That, indeed," said Bona Dea, "would constitute a most important volume in a series, but it should not be the first one in a thorough treatment of the evolutionary forces which work for the development of the race toward higher and better conditions." "Then," I said, "would you have me ignore this, to me, most singular system of commencing the education of children before they are born?" "There is nothing singular about the system," said Bona Dea. "Even the savages of the olden time did the same thing, but they did not know it. The mothers were surrounded by the conditions of savagery, and their children were born predisposed to become savages. These prenatal influences are in fact the commencing point in the education of every child that is born, as they predispose the child to a life of usefulness, or the reverse, according to the character of the influences. The object which our matrons' homes are designed to accomplish is to provide the best possible conditions to start the child with a strong, healthy body and mind, with a kindly disposition and elevated aspirations toward the highest possible intellectual and moral development. If such results, I said, can be secured by the establishment of these homes, you certainly would not dissuade me from an exhaustive review of the entire question. Certainly not, she said. But as a teacher of your people, I would have you follow the natural law and begin your work at the beginning. From what I can learn, your own country is now passing through its transition period, similar to that described in Norena's lecture, and hence the first great duty of your people is to abolish poverty. When the fear of want is removed from every household, the first effect will be to place better prenatal conditions around the mothers, and the next generation will be placed on a higher plane physically, intellectually, and morally. This is the first step that your people must take, and then the home may be introduced for the scientific adaptation of prenatal influences to specific purposes. Then you will begin to determine in advance whether the child shall be an inventor, scientist, philosopher, poet, musician, teacher, or explorer. The homes are scientifically adapted to specific purposes, while economic independence and general education lift the entire people to a higher plane of being along every line of human effort. What your people need now is the general, mental, and moral uplifting of the victims of your present system, and to this end, my advice to you would be to confine your first work to the solution of the problem, how to abolish poverty. But would you, I asked, discourage these specific measures at this time because the masses are poor? Of course not, said Bona, for those who are able to apply them, but I would first place these advanced scientific methods within the reach of the entire people by establishing economic independence for all. This is simply following the natural law of human development. Will you, I asked, please explain just what you regard as the natural law of human development? It is the law of growth, said Bona, and always begins at the base and works its way upward. The plant germinates in the earth and then pushes its way upward toward the light. The growth of the animal organism from conception to maturity is along the same line of progression, from the bottom of the scale toward the top. In the growth of human civilization and the mental, moral, and spiritual elevation of the race, the same general law of evolution holds good. The elevating influence must reach the people through their environments. The real man and the real woman is the ego or spirit. The physical body is the outermost environment of the individual being. By improving the physical conditions, we stimulate the mental organism into a healthy activity, and the result is intellectual growth and spiritual unfoldment. Such is the natural law of human progress from the physical through the mental to its culmination in the spiritual or divine, which is the very highest type to which we aspire. This, I said, looks like a concise and logical statement of the natural law, but how do you apply it to the present conditions which exist in my own country? We have a civilization and many very intelligent, well-meaning, and well-to-do people who might be greatly benefited by a better understanding of the influences of prenatal conditions. Doubtless that is true, she replied. But your duty as a teacher is to take the whole people into consideration and not apart, and in your work for their enlightenment, begin at the bottom of the scale. Your present civilization was developed along the lines of unconscious growth, just as the child grows from birth to maturity. But your work as a teacher and civilizer is to work along conscious lines and lay your plans with due deliberation. Having, as it were, reached the top, you are able to give instruction to those who are lower down and help them to climb higher. The place of the teacher is one which demands that you should understand the natural law of growth so that you may work to the best advantage. Hence your work is to begin with the outer environment, the physical, and that which pertains to the higher will take care of itself. It is not the whole, but the sick who need the physician, so it is not the wise, but the ignorant who need the teacher. For these reasons, I advise you to confine your present work more to the economic, as that would prepare the field for the higher, and that just where it is most needed among the poor. I think I comprehend your meaning, I said, and shall act accordingly in the preparation of my first volume on Alturian civilization. Aqua's advice is very similar, but situated as I am here, these numerous lines of thought press in upon me all at once, and there is so much to learn that I often find it difficult to make a selection. I am sure that the people of my own native land are passing through their transition period, and I am anxious to give them that which will do them the most good. Then, interposed Narena, who had joined us, show them how to get rid of poverty. Without economic independence, political independence and personal liberty under the law are a hollow mockery. There can be no progress without freedom, and there can be no freedom as long as people are driven to their work by the stern lash of necessity. But how is it, I asked, that you have such a realizing sense of the horrors of poverty when you have always had an abundance? Because it is the one great object, said Narena, of our educational training and of our Alturian civilization to provide against want and to relieve distress wherever found. Every student in our schools is required to make a careful study of our transition period, the helpless, hopeless condition of the poverty-stricken masses, and the methods by which they got out, and which must be continued in order to stay out. But why, I asked, do you now, after centuries of abundance, still make these lessons so prominent in your educational system? Because, said Narena, we are still on the physical plane, and if we do not guard against them by every means in our power, these physical evils may again overtake us. We know for a fact that eternal vigilance is the price that we must pay for the preservation of our present blessings. But, constituted as your people are, I said, with their readiness to relieve distress under all circumstances, I should think that you have no cause to fear a return of the old systems of oppression. Certainly not, said Narena, so far as this generation is concerned, but should we neglect the education of the rising generation in regard to these matters, we would begin to go back toward those conditions. There is no danger so long as we do our duty as educators and keep alive the finer sensibilities of the soul. We did not reach our present condition at one bound, and if we were to go back, it would not be all at once. But it is the duty of our teachers to see that we do not take a single step backwards. Hence, we educate. We had now reached the Department of Public Comfort, where we were making our home during our stay in Orbitello. After dinner, Battelle informed us that he intended to start within an hour to Lake Byblis, and that before he left, he desired to have some definite understanding as to our plans for future work. Then, said Narena, you had better join me in my rooms and talk the matter over. I feel deeply interested in your plans for opening communication with the outer world. So, if it is agreeable, come with me. We accepted the invitation, and were soon discussing what was now the leading thought in our minds, the improvement of the airships with a view to forming a connection between the inner and the outer worlds. Battelle explained his plans for constructing a ship that could be moved in any direction, the power to be applied instantaneously, so as to be able to meet all the contingencies of a storm and contending currents of air. Then plans were discussed for protecting the occupants from intense cold. For this purpose, I had plans of my own which I did not divulge. Several ways were proposed for making the vessel proof against cold, but I saw at a glance that with all of them the freezing moisture on the inside would so obstruct the vision as to very materially interfere with the proper guidance of the vessel. Before I left, said Battle, I gave plans and specifications for an entirely new ship that I want you to test in a storm, if you can find one, and report as soon as possible. Captain Gannot has agreed to go with me and assist in its completion. As soon as it is ready, I will let you know. Will you come to Lake Byblis and start from there, or shall I send it to some other point? What will be your address? I have made no arrangements for the future, I said, that will in the least interfere with the proposed trial trip to the southern verge. I think, however, I had better remain here a few days, as there are some questions that I want to study, and to that end I shall take a look through the Museum of Universal History. Well, get your book ready, said Battle, and we will find the means to send it where it will do the most good. I have sufficient material already, I said. for a number of books, but the question now is, how much out of the great abundance shall I select to go with an account of our discoveries? Well, I should think, said Battle, that you could not send a very large proportion of what you can find in a single one of these exhibits, to say nothing of the libraries, but do your best. I have work that must be completed in order to make yours available, so goodbye, and may success attend you. Captain Guinot, McNair, and Iola accompanied Battle to Lake Byblis, and Narena, Aqua, and myself went to the museum. This was a most magnificent structure, situated on the river, on a point of land where the river leaves Orbitello and makes a sharp turn toward the east. The building was a hexagon about 600 feet in diameter, and the foundation had been excavated down to the level of the water, which gave one half of the building the appearance of extending out into the river. In the center of the building was an inlet for boats, for which there was a spacious landing, enclosed by broad marble steps on 3 sides. At the center, and each of the 6 corners, was an elevator which connected with each floor. Around what may be regarded as the main building was a broad extension in the form of an inclined floor that communicated at frequent intervals with the several stories, either on the level of the floor or by easy flights of steps. On the periphery of this inclined spiral floor was a railing. The whole of the external structure was supported by massive and highly ornamented columns of aluminum which reflected the light like burnished silver. In the center, and supported from above, was a double-track electric tramway with cars moving each way at short intervals. This arrangement gave the entire floor space to pedestrians and those using electric chairs and other small vehicles. The lower stories of this immense building, up to the level of the bluff, contained supplies of all kinds, required by those engaged in river transportation. The upper stories of the building were devoted to the preservation of relics and records commemorative of past civilizations, and taken altogether, presented to the eye a complete history of man's progressive development along every line from the earliest period of recorded history. This wonderful exhibit enabled the student to trace, by means of practical illustrations, the progress of the mechanical arts, from the original crude contrivances to the present high state of development under which drudgery was unknown, and the people were in the full enjoyment of all the comforts of life with a minimum of labor. It is no part of my intention to attempt to give more than the most cursory mention of this wonderful exhibition of industrial progress. One feature, however, impressed me most, and that was the striking similarity of these exhibits to the much smaller ones which I had visited in the outer world. The methods which had prevailed in the different stages of civilization were almost identical with those prevailing in the corresponding stage of outer world development. In watercraft, for instance, the raft of logs bound together with thongs and propelled by poles came first, followed by canoes hollowed out of logs, then smaller boats with oars, and growing in dimensions until they assumed the shape of Roman galleys and the ships of the Northmen. Then sails were introduced, and later steams became the motor power. So of the methods of land transportation. The sledge and ox cart were followed in time by the stagecoach, this by the electric car, and last came the airship. I asked Narena to explain this remarkable similarity. This, said he, only indicates that human development along every line of progress is determined by the constitution of the human mind. Knowing this, we have the key which explains all the mysteries connected with the progress of the race from lower to higher conditions. At every step, it has been met by similar difficulties, and hence the methods of overwhelming these difficulties have been similar, because all have alike possessed the same mental constitution. This progress up to a certain point has been along unconscious lines, and the average man and woman had no clear understanding of the influences which were impelling them forward. In every age, in every condition of life, man has been building in the direction of his ideals, but never reaching them. In his primitive state, he felt the need of some means of crossing streams, and having observed that wood floated upon the water, he constructed a raft. From this, he formed the plan of a boat and constructed a canoe. As he improved in the direction of his ideals, these ideals became more exalted, and today we have the magnificent electric yacht. So it has been in every department of human effort. The higher the ideals which have been formed in the mind of man, the higher he has climbed in the scale of development. This is the fundamental law of human progress. Every one of these relics of past ages was at first an ideal that had been formed in the human mind before it was realized. "A thought strikes me," I exclaimed. "If all these ideals have been realized, is it not a promise or a prophecy that our ideals today will be realized in the future? And if from the constitution of the human mind we could presage the ideals of the future, we could in a general way predict what the civilization of distant ages will develop." "Certainly," said Nerena. "Your thought is strictly philosophical, and applied to our immediate future, it gives an infallible rule for presaging events where we are familiar with the forces impelling in a certain direction. If we can ascertain where we are today on any given line of progress, we can safely predict what the next step will be on the same line, for all things are possible to the human mind in its ultimate stage of development. There is no such thing as actually turning back in the path of progress, much as man may seem to retrograde at times. The lessons taught by these seeming failures are essential elements in his still greater development further on. Nothing that is useful can be permanently lost to the race. What we are inclined to call evil is fleeting and fades away, while the good, the true and really valuable, is immortal. Hence, human progress toward higher and better conditions, as applied to the race, and long periods of time, must ever be onward and upward toward the infinite good. "I have always," I said, "been deeply interested in everything pertaining to the progress of the race, but I have been inclined to regard it as somewhat a matter of chance. You seem to have reduced it to an exact science. I can understand how certain influences are necessary toward improvement, but how is it that our elevation is assured when so many are unconscious of such a tendency, and, in the outer world at least, multitudes seem to be bent upon getting lower instead of higher in the scale? I feel quite sure that the masses of our ancestors in the past were no better than the masses now, and did not consciously cooperate with nature for their own improvement. It seems, however, that by some kind of blind chance they may have contributed something, but it certainly was not intentional. I see a different influence working here, and the people are evidently cooperating with nature for the good of all, but I fear that it will be a long time before the people of my own country will reach that stage of development." "Do not be discouraged," said Nerena. "The constitution of the human mind is a guarantee of human elevation. The history of human development presents two distinct stages, the unconscious and the conscious. All progress from the simple cell to the human being is of course unconscious and is governed by fixed and immutable laws. These same laws control human development up to the point where knowledge enables the race to consciously participate in the work of its own elevation. As soon as the people are sufficiently developed to understand the operation of the laws which control their own unfoldment, they will enter upon an epoch of conscious progress by careful and well-concerted measures. When at the close of the transition period, our people reached that stage, the change for the better in every direction came suddenly upon the world, because the masses of mankind felt the need for something better. Unconscious development had prepared them for the wonderful change. The blind forces which had been slowly urging man upward toward a higher plane of existence now had the aid of careful and well-devised methods, and the long ages of darkness disappeared in the blaze of light which was let in upon the world. "And from this," I said, "am I to infer that you think America is ready for such an uplifting of the masses? Your description this forenoon of the transition period of this country would pass as an accurate delineation of the present condition in my own. The belief is widespread among thoughtful people in the United States that our country is on the eve of some great change. Persons of an optimistic turn of mind believe that we are near the beginning of a higher, nobler, and purer civilization than the people have enjoyed before, while the pessimistic are equally sure that we are destined to go backward toward barbarism. I want so very much to be able to disseminate the light that will dispel this darkness from our future." "I think," said Nerena, "that you have no cause for alarm. From what I can learn, the optimists in your country are largely in the majority, and a general expectation of something better for humanity is a powerful psychic force to produce something better. If your people earnestly desire better things for the masses and at the same time believe that better things are in store for them, your future is most hopeful, as the people cannot fail to find out how to attain the object they are seeking." "Thank you," I said. "But where is the light, and what can I do to shed it broadcast among them?" "The light," said Narena, "is latent in every human soul and is manifest in the readiness with which all classes of people render assistance to those who are placed in peril or are suffering from some great affliction. This is the light that is manifested in your charitable institutions and public hospitals for the relief of the poor and physically infirm. When those who provide these institutions for the relief of suffering humanity learn how the sufferings which now appeal to their sympathies can be avoided, this latent light will be developed into a flame that will enlighten the whole earth, and the darkness will disappear as if by magic." "But this," I said, "does not tell me how that latent light can be developed into such a flame. Human sympathy has always existed, but as yet in the outer world it has not succeeded in removing the suffering which appeals to our sympathies. By what means can this be accomplished?" "By the discovery and application of the principles of equity in all of our relations toward each other," said Narena. "To assist you in this, I suggest that we take a look through this museum. In the relics of past ages, which you find here, you can trace the operations of the fundamental laws of human progress. On this floor, you have the works of man in his lowest condition. On the floor above, you find relics of a higher civilization. These have been classified as nearly as possible in their natural order, from the lowest to the highest, with a view to teaching the progressive development of the race in the most effective manner." "I realize the importance," I said, "of such a collection to every student. But all this comes before your transition period, and I do not see its bearings upon the great problem of the present day in my own country. How to secure the same conditions which I find prevailing here." "As yet," said Narena, "you have only seen the relics of barbarism. The museum is 20 stories high above the level of the bluff on which it stands, and each story bears its record of the onward and upward progress of the race. The first were erected soon after the transition period, but others have been added since that time to make room for the evidences of our progress. We will now ascend to the one devoted to the transition period." We stepped upon the elevator, and in a moment more were ushered into one of the upper stories, and I found myself confronted by a display such as would characterize a first-class exposition of the present day in the United States. With this difference, however, it represented the poverty and misery of the hovel as faithfully as it did the grandeur of the palace. Everything seemed familiar, and I felt as if I had been suddenly transported to New York or London. Every feature of the competitive system of production and distribution was appropriately illustrated, together with the inevitable consequences to the people. Wealth beyond the dreams of avarice for a favored few, and hopeless poverty and degradation for the many. The clothing of the workmen in contrast with the gorgeous apparel of the fashionable bon ton. The furnishings of the hovels of the poor and the mansions of the rich placed side by side. The coarse and homely fare of the wealth producer compared with the dainty viands of the non-producer, all told more plainly than words the story of undeserved poverty and, in millions of cases, the abject want and misery of the most useful classes in society, in striking contrast with the unearned abundance of the idle, and for all practical purposes the useless rich. The manner in which the wealth created by the toiling millions passed through the channels of trade into the possession of a few wealthy speculators was illustrated by pictures and printed explanations, in most endless variety, so that even the most obtuse observers could not fail to get a clear idea of the practical workings of a system of commercial exchange, under the operation of which interest, profit, and rent were always added to the market price of the product every time it changed hands. One of these illustrations was entitled 13 Usuries on One Hog. It represented a hog passing from the farmer at one end of a long bridge to the workman at the other. From the time the hog starts from the producer on the farm until it reaches its destination in the workshop of the consumer, its size, price, has become colossal. In exchange for the hog, a plow starts from the top of the farm, and the size, price, increases in the same proportion. Every time any commodity passed one of the commercial toll gates established between the producer and the consumer, the price was increased for the benefit of speculators who contributed nothing to its value. All this was, of course, to the manifest loss of the producers. The long bridge was labeled the profit system. In contrast with this was a short bridge labeled equity, over which products were passing both ways from the producer to the consumer without changing size. Over this equity bridge, the product passed directly from the producer to the consumer by the shortest practicable route, and was only handled one time. Over the profit bridge, goods became shelf-worn and deteriorated in value by the frequent changing of hands. These two bridges, profit and equity, were given as symbolical representations of the cause and cure of poverty. There was no mistaking the lessons taught by them, neither could there be a doubt of their truth. Under the profit system of exchange, the managers are self-employed, and it is legitimate that they should have a profit for the service rendered. And the larger the profit, the larger the number who can make a living out of it. Under equity, the managers are employed by their customers, and it is to their interest to see that the business of exchange is carried on with the smallest possible amount of work in handling the product. Hence, the profit system necessarily entails poverty upon the masses who have no interest in the exchange, while equity secures abundance because the exchange is effected by their own agents at the least possible expense. Hence, under equity, the product passes from the producer to the consumer without changing size, and the cost is fixed by the amount of labor expended in its production, superintendents, and transportation. And all parties to the transaction get the exact value of their services, but under this system there is nothing for the money king, the profit monger, and the landlord. End of Chapter 13, Part 1. Chapter 13, Part 2 of Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Molehill Mountain. Nequa, or The Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 13, Part 2, Bona. You see, said Aqua, who had been unusually silent and preoccupied, that this symbol of the two bridges tells the story of the difference between the profit system of exchange and the equitable, between the old system with its widespread poverty, and the new with its abundance. I see the difference, I said, but it is not so clear to my mind just how the people can pass from one bridge to the other, from profit to equity. That is very easy, said Aqua. Change the purpose for which business is transacted. Instead of exacting profit from the producer and the consumer, conduct business for the purpose of establishing equitable relations between the producers and the consumers. When this is done, the profit system will have been removed and equity will bring abundance to the household of every producer and poverty will be abolished. I can well understand, I said, what the effect of a change of systems would be, and it is equally clear to my mind that the money kings, trust barons, and landlords could, if they would, easily introduce the change. But how could the poverty-stricken people make such a change in the business system of the world? If it is done at all, it must be done by the very poor, and under the profit system the very poor are helpless. That under the profit system is well put in, said Nerena, laughing. It is undoubtedly true that under the profit system the producers are helpless, and it is equally true that as long as they remain under this system they will continue to be helpless. It is also true that the selfishness of the wealthy managers will never consent to the change so long as they can prevent it. Then indeed, I said, to my mind, the condition of the laboring millions is hopeless. They cannot establish equity, and the rich will not. Why hopeless? Asked Nerena. Do you think they would refuse to make the changes from profit to equity if they had the opportunity to do so? Not that, I said. But the question is, how can they make the change while bound hand and foot under the profit system? Whatever has been done, said Nerena, can be done, and you have only to look around you to see that the change from profit to equity has been made in this country and can be made in yours, notwithstanding the fact that the people are bound hand and foot and will continue to be so bound as long as the profit system continues. Please do not mock me, I said with some spirit. How can a people who are bound hand and foot save themselves? By using their heads, said Nerena. The hands and feet may be bound while the head is left free to think. Let this freedom to think be exercised in the right direction, and their physical bonds will disappear. I am sure they do think, I responded, and what is more, they have been thinking for a long time. Then, said Nerena, let them continue to think, and they cannot fail in due time to find out just what is the matter. Oh, many of them have found that out, I said. and realize that they are impoverished by the exorbitant profits on investments which go to the wealthy classes. Then indeed, said Nerena, the day of their deliverance is drawing near. They have already learned that it is the profit system that is pauperizing them. If they continue to think, they cannot fail to learn that the profit system could not continue without their constant support. That when they withdraw their patronage from profit-mongers, the profit system will disappear. If I read your literature correctly, your people are very near the hour of their deliverance. They may, I said, be driven to the violent overthrow of the present system, but I do not see how they can speedily break their bonds in any other manner. They can do it, said Nerena, by the exercise of the same spirit of manly independence, intelligently directed, that they now exercised in their worse than useless strikes. You have the competitive system, which is self-destructious and hence weak. Your producing classes can organize as consumers and take advantage of the sharp competition between dealers to sell goods, and by a wise use of their combined power to purchase, introduce an equitable system of change. What is that? I asked. Would they expect any such sweeping results from selling their trade to the firm that would give them the largest rebate on prices? Would not the tendency of such a movement be to still further curtail the demand for labor by depressing the price of products? Yes, said Nerena, such a system for selling their custom for a rebate would have just such an effect. But you can lose sight of the fact that wholesale dealers are competing with each other for an opportunity to sell goods. They sell to retail dealers who can find customers for their goods. Organize your ability to purchase, select a competent business agent, and go into business for yourselves, and be sure not to undersell other dealers. Your exchange will have a decided advantage over every other dealer, because your trade will be organized and your sales will be certain. The wholesaler will be quick to see this and will be anxious to get your trade, as his pay will be certain. But, I said, where would be the inducement for the people to organize their trade with the certainty that they would pay just as much for the goods as they did before? The same inducement, said Nerena, that people under the money system have for depositing their earnings in savings banks. Every time they purchase an article in their own exchange, they are making a deposit to their own credit, where it will do them the most good in times of disaster. The profits will belong to the organized customers, and by leaving them in the exchange, they will accumulate a sample stock of goods already paid for, from which any order can be filled. After such a stock of goods is secured, they might at regular intervals declare a dividend to the organized customers, leaving a percentage on deposit with the exchange to be used to educate the people into a comprehensive understanding of business methods, and for the creation of a fund to purchase land and give employment to their members in order to eliminate rent on land and save the profits on production. But, I said, I do not clearly see how starting stores and saving retail profits would enable the people to escape the demands of interest and rent. The store by itself, said Nerena, could not do this, but the financial power that can always be secured by wise business methods could. To the extent that the use of money can be minimized and debts paid, of course interest will be saved. And to the extent that consumption can be organized and concentrated, a smaller number of business houses will also be needed and thus rent saved to the customers who in the last analysis paid all the expenses. And just in proportion as business houses are not needed, they will be for sale to people who can use them, as landlords could not afford to pay taxes on property for which tenants could not be found. This property would all be needed by the organized consumers who, with their continually accumulating funds from pooling the savings of profit, interest, and rent, even on a comparatively small scale, would always be able to buy. The profits on distribution will constitute an ample fund for socializing the land and furnishing employment for a continually increasing number of people. But, I said, to be able to hold our own against the worldwide profit system would require a worldwide organization. Do not be too sure of that, said Nerena. The benefits of equitable exchange in a single locality would be most decided. Of course, it would be more effective if extended over a wider field, but the distribution of literature, such as the accumulating profits would enable you to make, added to the far-reaching effects of a successful object lesson, could not fail to make the organization worldwide. All that is necessary for this purpose is a practical demonstration, that by this system, the productive laborer and not the money king is master of the situation. Is this the same plan that you outlined in your address? I asked. Just the same, he said. All that is required is such a business organization as will cover the entire ground demanded by absolute justice. It must look to the elimination, as rapidly as possible, of the elements of interest, profit, and rent. To avoid the payment of interest, it is necessary to minimize the use of money, and as soon as debts are paid, refuse to use it at all. To avoid profits, you must purchase your supplies and sell your products through your own exchanges. To get rid of rent, use the profits to socialize the land. This is certainly sweeping enough, I said, but it seems to me that it would be an almost endless task to induce the masses of the people to unite their trade to such an extent as would be necessary to secure the full measure of relief demanded by absolute justice. It certainly would be, said Narena, if you did not prosecute a vigorous educational work, and at the same time offer inducements that the profit system cannot afford. I fear that this would be impossible, I said. The dealers with millions of money could beat us in offering inducements to catch the trade of the unthinking. Do not fear that, said Narena. They could not do that without abandoning the profit system. Which is all that you would ask. As soon as you have organized trade and have sufficient stock accumulated to meet its demands, you will be saving interest to the extent that you can transact business without money, and to this will be added all of the net retail profits. This will enable you to pay a little more for farm products than dealers can who are on the profit basis. You can safely continue this rise in prices until you pay as much as you can sell for. This will give you the entire trade of the farmers, and the usual profits on all they purchase will be a net gain to your exchange, less the slight advance on the price of products equal to the profits of the speculators. The price you receive for farm products will be exchanged for goods on which you will make a profit, and if you can always make one profit on the exchange, you will be on the high road to success. But this inducement, I said, would only reach the farmers. It would be necessary to offer some other kind of inducement to secure the trade of the city workmen. That is easily provided for, said Narena. Your farmer's trade, notwithstanding the fact that you pay as much for the product as you can sell it for, will net one profit on the goods for which you exchange it. With all this farm trade secure, you can begin to furnish employment to city workmen in various ways, converting the raw material into finished products to supply your increasing trade. This will enable you to make valuable customers out of all the workmen for whom you can find employment. Another inducement will be to return 1/2 of the net profits on their trade in the shape of a check which will be good at the exchange for products. This will leave 1/2 as a contribution to the Educational and Land Purchase Fund. I believe, however, that with a vigorous and comprehensive educational work, but few would ever draw anything in the shape of a dividend out of the business, but leave it as a permanent investment to enable them to secure homes, or as an insurance fund to support them in sickness and for the benefit of their families in case of death. You seem to have unlimited faith in this plan of organizing business, I said. And why should I not have? Said Narena. These principles have been tried in this country, and we know by experience that they cannot fail, wherever they are intelligently and honestly applied, on a scale large enough to constitute one good object lesson as to what can be accomplished. The system, in practice, will demonstrate that money is not a necessity. Money, however, will still come into your hands, even more freely, and as long as you have debts that must be paid in money, you will have use for it. But when the debts are all paid, money might cease to circulate, as you would then have learned by actual experience that you would get along better without it than with it. That puts me in mind, I said, that in your lecture you stated that the people of this country, in their movement to establish equity in business, established banks to manage their money account. If the movement here was started by the very poor, how did they get money for the necessary cash capital? By the accumulation from cash purchases made in their exchanges, said Narena. Their exchanges were a system of banking products, but they issued checks on the deposit of money as well as products. As these exchanges offered superior inducements, they received their full share of cash trade from the beginning, and nearly all of it when their exchange was complete. Hence they found no difficulty in establishing their own banks under the law, and as they never loaned their deposits, their banks could not break, and people who had money to deposit brought it to them for safekeeping. As the tendency of this locking up of deposits was to curtail the circulation of money, the exchanges provided against any oppressive stringency by loaning on good security, without interest, checks which were redeemable in products at the exchanges. It was estimated by the statisticians of that time that every dollar locked up in the exchange banks brought $6 of trade per annum to the exchange stores on which the regular customs at these exchanges made an average of 10%, or 60% upon deposits. Were these exchanges incorporated as joint stock companies? I asked. They were, said Nerena, but not always. The real object of the order was to ultimately eliminate the stock corporation and substitute the equal co-partnership. Hence, when incorporated, every regular customer was a stockholder to the same amount, and the stock might be paid for by turning their dividends back into the business as a permanent investment. In other words, they might pay for their stock out of what they were able to save in their cost of living by their abandonment of the profit system. And further, in order to protect themselves from the danger of a constructive indebtedness in the shape of dividend-exacting stock, no certificates were issued, and the stock paid for was always redeemable in exchange certificates payable in goods at the option of the shareholders, or by order of the directors of the corporation, for failure to patronize the exchange whenever practicable. As governments were especially friendly to corporations, it was deemed best by many to incorporate and secure these advantages. This, I said, was certainly the full measure of justice to be secured by a stock corporation. But how were others which were not incorporated organized in order to secure the full measure of justice to members? There was, said Nerena, no patent on the application of the golden rule in business. And among businessmen there was a large number who really wanted to see equity established in human affairs. Hence, there was nothing to hinder a merchant from entering into contracts with organized consumers to sell his business to them and retain the management at an agreed salary under such rules and regulations for the conduct of the business as they might adopt. By this means, many were enabled to exchange a precarious profit for a permanent income. In cases of this kind, the merchant was benefited by securing a guarantee against bankruptcy, and the organized consumers by securing the services of the necessary business talent to establish equity in distribution, by paying equal dividends out of the net income to all regular customers. As contracts for a lawful purpose were held sacred by the courts, a very large number held that the contract between the consumers and the manager secured greater advantages than the stock corporation in obtaining equality of dividends. But, I asked, why this equality of dividends? Was it fair to those who purchased large quantities of goods to require them to share equally with those who purchased on a small scale? It certainly was, said Nerena, as it took the united purchasing power of all to establish a business that enabled them to effect any saving at all, so that there would be something to divide. The large purchaser through these exchanges got something back, while under the profit system he would have made nothing at all. To him, this equal dividend was a comparatively small item, while it was a most important increase of purchasing power to one who was barely able to procure the necessaries of life. Persons in affluent circumstances were thus enabled to help their poor neighbors, and at the same time secure a dividend themselves. This system of organized consumption with an equal distribution of the net profits was the first introduction of the fraternal features of our altruistic civilization. It was, in its application, a system of universal insurance against poverty for all, who, as consumers, withdrew their support from the profit system. In a peaceful, just, and orderly manner, it enabled the poorest to take a seat at the table which our bounteous Mother Nature has prepared alike for all, and from which they had been excluded by human greed, which the founders of the old religious system had characterized as the mammon of unrighteousness. Then it seems, I said, that this was something of a religious as well as a business organization. Yes, said Nerena, it may indeed be regarded in that light, as it was the practical application of the teachings of Christus. This equality of interest in the distribution of that which had hitherto been lost to the producers of wealth under the profit system was the first recognition, on a broad scale, of the brotherhood of man in the business relations which existed among the people. This great business organization appealed to the enlightened self-interest of all classes of people and drew them into closer relations with each other as one family, and cultivated feelings of fraternal regard for each other that will be imperishable. With an abundance for all, the inordinate thirst for gain had been eliminated, and the application of the golden rule in business had at last been established to bless mankind. I am deeply interested in learning more about this organization, I said. From your explanations, I think I have a tolerably clear idea of its general principles, and now I would be pleased to know more about its origin, history, and experiences. As an organization, it must have passed through many trying ordeals before it accomplished its work on freeing the people from their thraldom to triumphant greed. It did have a history, said Nerena, but it was a history of signal and sweeping victories. Its difficulty and trying ordeals were all in its efforts to get started right. Even the leaders of the great reform movements of that time, many of whom had given years to the study and discussion of economic questions, did not comprehend its scope. The people had been so thoroughly blinded by the universal system of doing business on money basis that they had never even tried to formulate plans for changing to the labor basis unless they could get money enough to purchase everything necessary to start up the work of production and distribution. This class of cooperators frequently put their means together, purchased lands, and established colonies. Many of these proved quite successful, but they did not bring the benefits of cooperation to the millions who could not pay the necessary initiation fee, to say nothing of the other millions who were forced into idleness. This reminds me, I said, that Iola told me the district where I had been making my home was a community or colony of this kind, but she said that the colonists were among the very poor. That is true, said Nerena. District number 1 was originally composed of that class of people in the great city Croy, which the money kings regarded as dangerous, and hence they were permitted to go upon lands for which there was no market. The leaders were people of high culture and knew how to use their opportunities, but the colonies of which I speak were not founded by this emerged. These colonies demonstrated that cooperation contained elements of vital power that was irresistible whenever it was fairly tested. The able literature sent out from these colonies, backed up by their experience, was a powerful educational influence which prepared the way for universal cooperation. But this organization of equitable change, as I understand it, I said, was a business organization adapted to the general public, which enabled the people to get possession of the machinery of production and distribution. We have successful colonies in the outer world, and I am familiar with their methods, but how long to bring these benefits of united action to the whole people is the question in which I am especially interested. I have described its working, said Nerena, as clearly as my knowledge of your language will permit, and if there is any matter concerning which you are in doubt, I will try to make it plain. I have no doubt of the principles, I said, and from what I have seen, I am persuaded that the methods could be successfully applied wherever a nucleus of earnest reformers could be found who make a careful study of the situation and adopt the same business methods which were used so successfully in this country. I want some of the particulars concerning the history of this organization, and a concise statement of its purposes and business methods that would serve as a model for a similar organization in the United States. The first organization, said Nerena, was effected at this place, which was then the site of one of the larger interior cities of that day. This was the center of business for a large population of farmers on one side and miners on the other. It started with the guaranteed trade of 100 families and was a success from the start, as the result of the ample provision for educational work along the lines indicated. Every member was supplied with a paper which was devoted to the education of the people into a comprehensive understanding of business methods and commercial equation, as promulgated in theory and illustrated in practice by the patrons of equity. This paper contained the official reports of the business exchanges established under the auspices of the order. The educational work had been carried on for a long time by a few devoted workers before it materialized into a self-supporting business. After that, the order spread rapidly. A percentage of the profits was used to employ organizers, and every organization added to the trade, and increased profits without any corresponding increase of expenses. When this movement was inaugurated, the number of commercial travelers in the country was estimated at about 250,000. These were persons of energy and business talent. They were quick to see the advantages which this system of commercial equity offered to men of ability to establish themselves in business for which they were especially qualified, and they started out to find locations where they could organize business on these principles. But was there not some danger that designing people might get control and defeat the purposes of the organization? I asked. Designing persons did get into positions, said Narena, but there could be no danger to the cause from this source, as in order to secure positions, they had to adopt methods of business that could not fail to overthrow the profit system. And as fast as business was organized, the official paper of the order was sent regularly to every member. If at first they did not understand the principles well enough to protect themselves from knaves, they soon learned, and if anything was going wrong, it was soon understood by the customers. As the business extended, the oppressive power of money decreased, and the power of labor increased. The enthusiasm of the people was aroused to the highest pitch, and the magnates of the old system were correspondingly depressed. The old system was essentially weak, while the new was peculiarly strong. And as the hosts of wealth producers came together and utilized the actual values created by their labor as the medium by which exchanges were effected, prices went up as the result of the increase in the currency, and there was no use for money except to pay debts. Under this system, the purchasing power of labor and products was steadily increasing, while the purchasing power of money was decreasing. As long as money was needed to pay debts, products were exchanged for money under the increased price fixed under the labor standard. But when the debts were all paid, the purchasing power of money was gone, and poverty had disappeared with it. Every debt had been paid according to contract, and in the payment of these debts, the debtors had transferred their poverty to their creditors. We have gone over this ground, I said, until, as I understand it, the great potency of this organization was in the fact that all its methods were especially designed to ultimately eliminate the use of money in the transaction of business. But it occurs to me that much could be done in this direction without the organization of business exchanges, which issue certificates on the deposit of money and products to serve the purposes of a currency. You are right, said Narena. And much was done along other lines when the people came to understand that the prime factor in the overthrow of the profit system was to avoid the use of money in the transaction of business in every manner possible. In some localities far east, the use of what was known as new occasion notes was introduced to facilitate exchange without money. The shoemaker, for instance, would give his note, payable in shoes, for groceries. The physician would give his note for groceries payable in professional services. The grocery man had no personal use for either shoes or the services of a physician, but he needed coal, and the coal dealer needed both a shoemaker and a physician, and exchanged coal for the notes. The exchange enabled the shoemaker and the physician to get groceries, the grocery man could get coal, and the coal dealer to get shoes and the services of a physician, and all without the use of a cent of money. The use of these notes became so common that to still further facilitate exchanges, clearinghouses were established where persons who held notes payable in something they did not need could exchange them for notes that were payable in something they did need. This system of exchanging new occasion notes grew into a general collecting agency, and it was found that among the large number of collections placed in its hands, a great percentage canceled each other, and balances could ordinarily be put in the shape of new occasion notes redeemable in some kind of products or services. As a means of enabling people to get out of debt, and at the same time facilitating exchange and decreasing the demand for money, these agencies proved to be most effective. The patrons of equity contemplated the persistent use of every method that could be devised to minimize the demand for money, with a view to its ultimate elimination as a medium of exchange, by the establishment of equity between producers and consumers. They had learned that money of any kind could be inflated and contracted for selfish purposes, and therefore it was a false measure and could not be depended on to mete out even-handed justice to the people who used it as a medium of exchange. I can plainly see, I said, that the field of labor for such an organization in the outer world is practically unlimited, and I want you to furnish me with the details of its plan of organization as a model for a similar one for use in my book. I have, said Narena, provided a translation of the Constitution and bylaws of the order, together with the rules and regulations for the government of its exchange department for your own use. I would advise you, however, not to publish these in your book. Only present the general principles and let your people work out the details in their own way. Start the idea to working, and I doubt not that they will discover how easy it is for them to escape from their thraldom to greed, and when they do, it will not be long until they sever the bonds that hold them. And how, I asked, would you state these purposes so as to include all you have given me in the fewest possible number of words? For this purpose, said he, I cannot do better than to quote the Declaration of Purposes from the preliminary constitution formulated by the founders of the Patrons of Equity as follows. Section 1. The primary object of this order shall be to organize exchange on the largest scale that may be practicable, with a view of the establishment of equitable relations between producers and consumers, by eliminating, as rapidly as possible, every element of cost that does not go to the producers of the wealth exchanged, less inequitable compensation to the labor, physical and mental, that is necessary to an economical management of the business. Section 2. And further, as opportunity offers, to effect such an organization of our financial relations as will enable us, as far as practicable, to hold all the money that comes into our hands as a sacred trust to be used only in the payment of taxes, and of debts in all cases where the creditor cannot be included to take some other form of payment. Section 3. To accomplish these objects, the first and leading work of the patrons of equity shall be to educate the people into a more comprehensive understanding of business methods that will enable them to minimize the use of money in their business relations with each other by an organized effort to make the largest possible number of exchanges with the smallest possible amount of money. Section 4. The general policy of this order, in the conduct of all the business enterprises established under its auspices, shall be to utilize the net profits on distribution to procure lands and establish production in order to provide the largest possible amount of employment to members in good standing. This declaration, continued Narena, when fully understood, is seen to contain every element of a speedy uplifting of any people who are oppressed by the power of wealth. Any person with a fair understanding of business methods can work out the details for the application of these principles in actual business, and any 50 families who are able to purchase and pay for supplies to the extent of $5 per week would provide an aggregate sale of over $2,000 worth of goods per month, which would be ample to start business, pay unnecessary expenses, and have something left. Such a business, properly managed, could, by comprehensive educational movement, be made to absorb the trade of any community for the benefit of the customers, and thus create an object lesson that would be speedily adopted by other communities and become general. The people would be masters of the situation, and the power of money to dictate terms would have passed away forever. I should think, I said, that everything pertaining to the organization which won such a victory for humanity would be carefully preserved in this Museum of Universal History. It is, said Narena, but it will be found in the story above, and we will hardly have time to extend this visit any further today. Nor tomorrow either, interposed Aqua. We have important work at Byblis tomorrow, or at least there may be. Houston and Dione want to register as man and wife, and for some reason Houston thinks that Captain Gannot will have objections, and if so, they must be taken into account. Besides, we propose to have an excursion around the lake on the Ice King. So we had better return to our rooms, take a rest, and be prepared to start early tomorrow morning. And I propose, said Narena, that we extend our excursion to Croy and complete the object lesson that records the victory of equity over greed. End of Chapter 13, Part 2.
Chapter 14, Part 1 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 14, Part 1, Through the Air to Lake Byblis. The journey by airship from Orbitello to Lake Byblis was, as usual, most interesting. I never tired of these aerial flights. My first was from the deck of the Ice King in the middle of Ocean to the continent, and now I was returning to the Ice King from the middle of the continent. Our course was an airline, several points south of east, over the fertile valley of the Cocytus, for a distance of 1,200 miles. We were first on one side of the river, and then on the other, with a bird's-eye view of this highly improved valley. We traveled at a speed of about 300 miles an hour, which brought us to the vicinity of Lake Byblis about 10 o'clock a.m. From our elevated position of several thousand feet, we had a full view of the surroundings. The lake is an expansion of the river, from 5 to 10 miles in width and 30 in length, surrounded by a magnificent boulevard on which we could see numerous vehicles moving. The surface of the lake was dotted over with watercraft of various sizes and descriptions. On the north side, Nequa pointed out the hospital to which our sailors had been sent, the matron's home where Bona presided, a home for the aged, and the crematory. On the south side, and situated back on the bluff, was the airship factory where Patel was employed, superintending the completion of his improvements on the airship, and the transportation headquarters in the auditorium, of which it had been announced that the World's Parliament was to meet the following December and give us a welcome to the inner world as citizens at large. Anchored in front of the transportation building, I recognized the Ice King with the stars and stripes floating from the masthead. The valley of the Cocytus had the appearance of having originally been a vast inland sea extending about 1,200 miles from the coast range on the east to the great continental divide on the west, and from 500 to 600 in width, bounded by highlands north and south. At the east end of the lake, the Cocytus flows through a deep gorge on its way to the ocean, carrying the surplus waters of a vast valley of rich alluvial lands. Such is the geographical location of this favorite gathering place for pleasure seekers. As we approached the famous lake, we reduced our speed and took a little time to contemplate the magnificent scene presented to our view. But we have neither time nor space for an adequate description. As we reached a point directly above the Ice King, we began the usual spiral descent, and in a few minutes were once more upon the familiar decks of the old ship and exchanging cordial greetings with our old shipmates and many of our new-found friends and associates. It was a happy reunion. Pat and Mike gave us a most warm-hearted Irish welcome. They informed us that they had been installed as custodians of the Ice King and were faring sumptuously. I asked Mike how he liked the people, and he replied laconically, "Better than I did, but I don't know how much." I pressed him for an explanation of his doubtful compliment, and he replied that he could not understand their queer ways. At first he thought that they had bewitched Pat, as he got right up from his sick-bed and declared that there was nothing the matter with him any more. As Pat had stayed well, it was perhaps all right, but it was queer. Then ever since they had been at Lake Byblis, they had got everything they wanted, but when they offered to pay for it, the shopmen would look at the money, turn it over as if they did not know what it was, and hand it back. In fact, continued Mike, I don't understand them at all. They never work to amount to anything, and yet they have an abundance, and that of the very best. They never pay for anything, and they never charge for anything. Ever since we have been here, it has been one continual coming and going, and merrymaking, but this free spread cannot last all the time, or I miss my guess. Well, Mike, I replied, you seem to be doing well enough, for the present at least, and ought to be satisfied, and I can safely assure you that you need have no fears for the future. These people have learned that it only takes about 2 hours' labor per day to produce an abundance of everything they need. In taking care of this ship, so that they can come and see what kind of vessels we have in the outer world, you are doing all that will ever be required of you, and when you want to take a furlough, you can travel wherever you please, and it will not cost you anything but the evidence that you have been serving the people by taking care of this ship. Maybe so, said Mike, but I don't see how they can afford it. I had no time to explain the situation to Mike, as it had been arranged that Captain Gano should again take his old position on the Ice King and give its visitors an excursion on this, to them, strange craft. The steam age with these people had long since given place to electricity and compressed air as motor powers, and so a steamship in actual use was something they had never seen. Captain Gano entered into the spirit of the occasion and summoned all the surviving members of the Ice King crew to take their accustomed places. When this understanding was agreed upon, Polaris and Ione came forward and invited us below for an early dinner. We found that on the same table where they had taken breakfast with us on our first acquaintance, they had spread such a repast for us as had never before been attempted on the Ice King. A goodly number joined us in doing ample justice to the delicious viands. After dinner, Captain Gano invited the company present to go with him and have a look over the Ice King while she was being made ready for the excursion. The first place to which he conducted us was the engine room, but it was so neat and clean that he did not recognize it, and turning to Houston, he said, "What does this mean? I thought that you told me everything was ready to get up steam on short notice. There is not an ounce of coal inside, and the bunkers are as neat as a lady's bandbox. How do you expect to get up steam without fuel?" "We shall burn water," said Houston. "Burn water?" exclaimed the captain. "Have your new surroundings led you to believe that we can set aside the laws of nature?" "Nothing of the kind," said Houston, "but I am learning much concerning the laws of nature that I never before suspected. You see this little metallic cube? I drop it into this jar of water. See it effervesce. I apply this match. See how it burns? This little cube, dissolving in the water, converts it into its original gases. You see now how we can burn water. This tank, connected by these pipes with the furnace under the boiler, contains water that has been charged with these metallic cubes, the constituent elements of which have been found in coal and lime. I now turn on this prepared water and apply an electric spark. See the fierce flame. We shall soon have steam without having vitiated the atmosphere with smoke, which in this country is regarded as a nuisance not to be tolerated. Dione superintended this part of the arrangements." "Wonderful, wonderful," was all that Captain Gannot had to say, and he passed out, leaving Houston at his post as engineer. I remained behind as I wanted to have a talk with Houston concerning what Nequa had told us, that he and Dione intended to be registered as man and wife, and that he expected Captain Gannot would object. I asked him why he expected any opposition from the captain. "Because," said he, "Captain Gannot, with all his good qualities, is a living personification of every popular error which forms a part of the outer world, education, law, and custom." "But," I asked, "on what grounds do you expect him to object?" "He will," said Houston, "unless I have misjudged the man, raise the question that I have a living wife from whom I have no legal grounds for divorce. This is true so far as the law goes, but false in every feature that constitutes a true marriage. Captain Gannot is familiar with all the particulars, and still he entirely disapproves of the course I took in taking the law into my own hands and severing the bonds just as soon as I discovered the fraud that had been perpetrated on me." "Won't you give me the particulars?" I asked. "I'm especially interested in learning all about it." "I have no objections," said Houston. "It is no secret, but steam will soon be up and our time is limited." "But please give me a brief outline," I persisted. "I'm indeed vitally interested in learning the principal facts in this case." Houston regarded me for a moment with a puzzled expression of countenance, and then said, "I will, for your sake, Jack, try to make a long story short. My father was a planter and supposed to be wealthy. Our family was proud and aristocratic. My father had a ward in a distant state who lived with his sister. She was heir to an immense estate. Though I had never seen her, I had been encouraged to correspond with her, and we had exchanged photographs. Her letters indicated remarkable talent and the highest culture, while her photograph proclaimed to my imagination that she was a beauty. I was but a boy, and I confess that I was fascinated by her letters and the affectionate interest by which she led me to the most ardent declaration of my admiration. Such was the relation that had been established between us when my father took me into his confidence and declared that he was a ruined man and our family irretrievably disgraced, unless I could prevent it by a marriage with his ward Zeta Wilde. The time was at hand when he must account for her estate, which had been lost through unfortunate speculations, and that the settlement would reveal a state of affairs that would send him to prison for a long term of years. I objected to the idea of marriage with a girl I had never met, no matter how favorably I had been impressed by her photograph and her letters, but my father's special pleading and the pressing nature of the danger to the family name overcame my objections, and the day was set for the marriage. Everything was artfully arranged. We arrived in the evening and met the bridal party at the church. I was charmed with the appearance of my bride. We were married at once and took carriages for the home of my aunt, where a splendid wedding supper awaited us. Within an hour I found that I had married a beautiful idiot. I was shocked and stole away from the guests into an upper room. I wanted to think. A lamp was burning on the table. My eyes fell upon a letter written to my father by my aunt. I recognized the handwriting. It was my aunt who had written the letters that had charmed me so much. In this one she deplored the deception that was being practiced upon me, but justified it on the ground that it was necessary in order to save the honor of the family. My mind was made up. I passed out into the darkness of the night, started for the nearest seaport, and found employment as a sailor. I have never returned home since. I learned that my father got his ward's fortune in my name, Captain Gano is personally acquainted with my father and has seen his ward at his house, who was introduced as his son's wife. I explained the situation to the captain, but he disapproved my conduct in very emphatic terms, and I should have left the ship but for the fact that I had engaged to go with Patel on the expedition. I've also explained the situation to Daon, and my part in this transaction meets her approval. We shall register as man and wife, and if the captain objects, so much the better, as it will place my conduct in the correct light. The marriage was a fraud, and no one ought to be bound by a fraud. I can most cordially sympathize with you, I said. It is certainly a terrible wrong to compel people to associate in such an intimate relation when their entire natures are in rebellion against it. It cannot be wrong to sever such bonds regardless of the claims of church or state. A relation that is wrong in and of itself cannot be made right by lawmaker or priest. Thank you, said Houston. I'm glad that I'm not alone among the crew of the Ice King. Indeed, I believe that ultimately even the captain will see this question just as I do. Our intention was to register while we were in Orbitello, but Nequa requested that we should wait until this excursion, and to please her we consented. I do not know her reasons for advising delay, but I suppose it is all right. I think I understand it, I said, and you may rest assured that her reasons are good, and good will come out of it. I hope so, said Houston, but the steam gauge points to 100, and here goes to all whom it may concern, and suiting the action to the word, he pulled the rope and the steam whistle resounded far and wide, something entirely new to these people in a country which had abandoned steam as a motor power so long ago. I hurried upon deck and joined Captain Gano. Captain Battelle was at the wheel, and all was ready. The decks were crowded with excursionists who had never been on board a steamship and knew nothing of steam as a motor power, except as a matter of history. All were anxious to see the vessel move, and Captain Gano did not keep them waiting. He signaled the engineer, and immediately the ponderous engines began to move, and the Ice King was backing out into the water and swinging around with her bow toward the head of the lake. She obeyed her helm beautifully and started off with a speed of which we were proud. The route determined upon kept us near the larboard shore, while some miles to the starboard we could see a magnificent craft that reflected the light of the sun like burnished silver. I asked Nequa what it was. That, said she, is the Silver King, an electric yacht built of aluminum. She brings a load of excursionists and expects to take us down the river. She is remarkable for her speed and her splendid accommodations. She will meet us at the head of the lake. I found too much to look at to take up much time in conversation, but cannot at this time indulge in descriptions. Suffice it to say that the scenes presented on the boulevard surrounding the lake, on the surface of the water, and in the air were most animated, and all were moving as if to meet us at the head of the lake. As we approached the mouth of the upper Cocytus, we met the Silver King, and while the excursionists were exchanging greetings, a strange little craft with a dragon's head and propelled by oars shot out from under the cover of the river bank. At the bow were our Norwegian sailors, Leif and Eric, plying their oars most sturdily and singing a weird song, in which I distinguished the mythological names of Odin and Thor. The oarsmen were dressed in a strange, fantastic style, and were armed with spears, crossbows, swords, and long hunting knives. This strange craft came out of the river, and both the Ice King and the Silver King, as if by common impulse, stopped short in their career, while the Viking, for such it was, took his place between them. To say that I was astonished at the appearance of a style of vessel that had been obsolete for centuries, but feebly expresses my surprise, and I asked Narena where it came from. It came from the outer world, he said, about 2,000 years ago, and brought a warlike crew, the general appearance of which the superintendent of festivities has tried to imitate. The historians of that period could gather very little information from them concerning the country from which they came. They said that the people had to leave because it was so cold. This gave rise to the false impression that the outer world had become uninhabitable, and that these were the last remnants of the people. These people, I said, were known as Northmen, and their ships were called Vikings. They were the most daring of navigators and penetrated every portion of the outer world, and it is not at all surprising that some of them found their way to the inside. This would probably explain why so many of your names are identical with those of the Scandinavian countries. That is correct, he said. Many of our people are descended from this stock and still perpetuate the names. Our records preserve the language they brought with them as carefully as our chemists have preserved this little boat. Do you intend to say, I asked, that this is the original boat that found its way into the inner world 1,000 years ago? I thought that it was a reproduction. How was it possible to preserve it so long? Yes, he said, this is the original boat, and has been preserved by forcing a chemical solution into the wood which makes it as durable as granite. As we were speaking, 2 powerful metallic arms, operated by machinery, reached down from the deck of the Silver King and lifted this little Viking and its passengers into stocks that had been prepared for it, with the seeming tenderness of a mother lifting her babe to her bosom. So suggestive was the manner in which it was done that I turned to Norena to ask the meaning, which he anticipated by saying, "This represents the tender care that vigorous youth ought to bestow upon age. This little boat is highly prized, as in the process of evolution it may be regarded as the progenitor of the Silver King. If there had never been such boats as the Viking, there never would have been an Ice King or a Silver King. All things must develop from small beginnings." The Ice King and Silver King, now headed toward the mouth of the lake, were lashed together, and the excursionists on both vessels passed freely from one to the other. The Ice King attracted much the largest number, but I was more anxious to inspect the Silver King. Norena introduced us to Captain Thorfinn as visitors and seamen from the outer world. He conducted us first to the motor room and explained the workings of the machinery and showed us a system of airtight compartments which would, he claimed, absolutely keep the vessel from sinking no matter how badly the hull might be injured. He stated that even the decks would float like cork. When we reached the upper deck of the Silver King, we found that the oarsmen on the Viking had exchanged their warlike equipments for musical instruments, and as we came up they opened with strains of the most thrilling music that I had ever heard. As if in response, both the Ice King and the Silver King seemed lifted up on the crest of some mighty wave, and what appeared to be some monster marine animal arose out of the water behind us and moved to the starboard side of the Ice King. It had a resemblance to a gigantic turtle, but was fully 3 times as long as it was wide. As soon as the water ceased to flow from its sides, a hatchway opened in the center, and McNair and Iola made their appearance and began to wave their handkerchiefs to us. I was too much astonished at this strange apparition to even ask what it was. Norena relieved my embarrassment by saying, "This is the Sea Rover, a submarine boat that came up the middle of the lake near the bottom. The 3 boats will be lashed together and thus proceed down the lake, while the excursionists will have the freedom of the entire flotilla and may amuse themselves in any way they choose. See there, the Sea Rovers have brought up their dancing floor. It is plain that they propose to have a ball, but I have some business that I must attend to while the crowds enjoy themselves. As this is to be a private party of invited guests, of which you are one, I shall expect you to join us in the cabin of the Silver King." I intuitively knew what was coming. We found the cabin as exclusive as could have been desired for a private party. Patel and Polaris, Houston and Dione, Norena and Nequa, McNair and Iola, and Captain Gano and myself constituted the party on this occasion. When we were all comfortably seated, Norena said, "I've invited you in here because we want our esteemed guests from the outer world to understand all of our usages. We are going to have what in their world is called a wedding. Ordinarily, these events attract no especial attention in this country, as there are but 2 persons interested, but there may be circumstances under which marriage is not permitted. In such cases we investigate. In this country it is the duty of the educational department to keep a record of everything pertaining to birth, marriage, and death, as all are supposed to be either pupils in school or graduates from school. Hence the school record is the record of the birth, educational attainments, name, occupation, marriage, and death of every person. We have no such marriage ceremonies as I find described in the literature of the outer world, but we keep a most perfect system of records. All persons who are allowed to marry at all are free to make their choice. No interference on the part of others is permitted. As a notice of their intentions, they send or bring the nativity cards which they receive on leaving school to the proper office, where they are registered as citizens. If there is nothing in the record which prevents, each couple so united receives an acknowledgment and a copy of the record, enclosed in 2 silver lockets, which are usually worn around the neck. This is all there is of it, unless someone objects. In that case there is an inquiry, and the commissioner decides according to the facts. I have here 2 nativity cards. One is that of Dione, of the Life-Saving Service, and the other bears the name of Paul Houston and the date of his registration on the books of the Sailors' Union of Citizens at Large of Altruria. At the request of the applicants for registration as man and wife, I have invited you as witnesses and will ask if any one objects to their union." "I object," said Captain Gano. "State your grounds of objection," said Norena. "Because of my certain knowledge and his own admission, he has a living wife to whom he was lawfully married. Is this true? Asked Narena, addressing Houston. It is, responded Houston. I was married according to the usages of the country where I was born, and I do not believe that I have any legal grounds for divorce, but as a matter of fact the entire transaction was fraudulent. State the facts in full, said Narena. I will, said Houston, and he narrated the story of his marriage, substantially in the same language that he had related it to me. Narena turned to Captain Gano and asked, Have you any reason to offer why this statement just made by Paul Houston before these witnesses should not be accepted as true? I have not, said the captain. He admits that he was married to Zeta Wild, that he left her without any offense on her part for which a divorce could be obtained. Hence he is today a married man, married according to law, and he has no right to marry another woman, and I own has no right to take him as a husband. That is your view of the matter, said Narena. But under our usages the girl to whom he was married was an imbecile and had no right to be married, and on this ground the marriage was null and void. Besides, he was deceived, and hence the marriage being fraudulent could not be binding. A legal marriage voluntarily entered into cannot be fraudulent, and is always binding upon the conscience of all well-meaning people. But, said Narena, if she was a person he could not love and respect as a wife, was it not better that he should refuse to consummate the relation? Certainly not, said the captain. When he was married to her, that ended it. I've no doubt that he could have lived agreeably enough with her if he had wanted to. I see, said Narena, that you are not likely to withdraw your objection, so we will not continue the discussion. It is my duty to decide in favor of the true and against the false, and hence I must overrule your objection to the registration of Paul Houston and I own as husband and wife. Do as you please, said Captain Gano. It does not change the facts in the case. It is strange to me that any woman would accept a man as a husband under such circumstances. So far as I am concerned with my present light on the subject, I could not, as a conscientious man, consent to marry a woman, no matter how much I loved her, who, according to law, was the wife of another man. As an honorable man, I would advise her to return to her husband. I had been listening intently to this inquiry. Here was a case almost identical with my own. I had married my guardian of my own free will, and like Houston, when I discovered the fraud by which my consent was secured, I had taken to the sea, and now the one whom I had loved more than life itself, and for whom I had searched for years, and with whom I had braved all the dangers of the frozen north in order to be near his person, had for the second time deliberately declared that he would not marry such a woman no matter how much he loved her. My entire being was aroused in revolt against such injustice, and I arose and said, For the second time, Captain Gano, I've heard you express this atrocious sentiment which ignores love, the only thing which can sanctify the union of the sexes in the marriage relation, and place above that the debasing doctrine that man-made laws are superior to the laws of God, which are implanted in the human soul. Without love, marriage is a curse, unholy and impure. Love is an inspiration and cannot be transferred by the state or the church. If you have never realized what true love signifies, of course, you are excusable, but those who have felt it will never agree with you. Houston was right to take the law into his own hands and separate from his imbecile wife. To have consummated the union would have been a crime against her, against himself, and against humanity. And now, so far as I am concerned, I shall drop this question. No good can come of the discussion, and other questions of far-reaching import to the toiling millions of the outer world demand my undivided attention. Let us do what we can to abolish poverty by removing time-honored wrongs, and when women are economically free, they will be able to select companions who will not trample love under the heel of antiquated wrong. End of Chapter 14, Part 1. Chapter 14, Part 2 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 14, Part 2, Through the Air to Lake Byblis. So saying, I walked out of the cabin without waiting for reply. Nequa followed me, and as she came up by my side, said, Do not be disturbed. Your victory is won. Captain Gano cannot long withstand the force of truth, and he has now placed his position so plainly before our people that the truth will reach him from all sides in a way of which he never dreamed before. Yes, I said, I've won a victory, but it is over myself. He may come to me when he has removed the clouds from his mind and the bitterness from his heart. I will never make any overtures. I can love humanity and work for it, and even if my work is not understood, I know that it will exercise an elevating influence on myself. My motto for the future will be plenty of room at the top, where true love and a sterling devotion to the right will be understood and appreciated. You talk like a philosopher, said Nequa, and I have no doubt that your heroism of character will come out triumphant, but do not permit your resentment of a wrong to engender a feeling of bitterness toward Captain Gnau. I shall not stoop to that, I said. I cannot afford it. My love in the future shall go out to every human being, and I still regard Captain Gnau, with all of his prejudices, as one of the best. I have forgiven his weakness and want to forget. What I need now is something better to think about. Well, said Nequa, the excursion beneath the waters of the lake in the Sea Rover this afternoon, and the one on the Silver King down the Casitas tomorrow will give you a great many things that will doubtless very thoroughly engage your attention. That, I said, is just what I need, something to arouse my interest and exclude disquieting reflections. But what of this excursion beneath the waters of the lake? I had not heard of that. Oh, yes, said Nequa, the superintendent of festivities would not think of slighting the sea rovers who make the navigation of our shallow lakes, bays, and rivers safe for such vessels as the Silver King and their numerous passengers. They wanted to entertain our visitors from the outer world on their own vessel, and of course the excursion beneath the water was made a part of the program. Well, the arrangement, I said, is better than I anticipated, and it surely will be to me a novel experience to be able to see the world of marine life as the fishes see it, and as their sea rovers see and improve it, said Nequa. But see, they are signaling for us to come on board. In a few minutes we had passed out upon the dancing floor of the rovers and descended into an elegantly furnished cabin. I was the only one present who had not become acquainted with the crew, and Nequa introduced me as the scientist of the Ice King to Captain Doris of the Sea Rover, who gave me a cordial greeting and introduced me to a number of his comrades. In answer to my inquiries, he gave me an entertaining and instructive description of the duties of the submarine service. Our work, he said, is to keep a careful lookout for obstructions that might impede in navigation and endanger life. This is especially necessary in rivers like the Casitas, where huge stones are sometimes loosened from the rocky shores and fall into the channel, and sandbars form rapidly. These are discovered and removed by the submarine patrols. But how, I asked, can you get at them? Nothing easier, said Doris, as I will show you. At once I heard the water pouring into the hold, and the Sea Rover sank to the bottom. The captain and two of the crew passed into a little room at the rear of the cabin, and immediately I noticed that the sides of the vessel were transparent and brilliantly lighted from the outside. Looking out, I saw the men in diving suits leisurely walking around on the bottom, which looked like a smooth floor. Nequa explained that by means of powerful arc lights and reflectors, these submarine navigators were able to see for long distances, even at great depths, and that the work of removing obstructions was carried on by means of machinery, and that the stones which fell into the channel were reduced to powder by powerful explosives, and the surface smoothed down like a well-cultivated field. The air was continually renewed from stores of condensed air, while the poisonous exhalations from the lungs were absorbed by sponges having a peculiar affinity for carbon. In a few minutes Captain Doris returned, and the vessel began to move rapidly through the water. I was much interested in the view of marine life which was revealed through the transparent sides, and especially in the level bottom of the lake, which, as Nequa had remarked, really looked something like a broad, smooth, cultivated field. But soon we turned toward the south and began to move slowly along the side of a brilliantly lighted boulevard, on which all kinds of vehicles were passing and repassing. I was so much astonished at this unexpected scene, so realistic and seemingly uncanny, that I was utterly at a loss for words to express my feelings. Nequa, seeing my embarrassment, came to my relief by saying, "This is the tunnel across the lower portion of the lake, and constitutes a part of the boulevard you noticed along the shores." "How is this?" I asked. "It is certainly not a tunnel excavated under the lake. If anything, we are a little below the roadway, and well above the bottom of the lake with the water all around us. We do not, said Nequa, excavate tunnels as we did in ancient times. They are constructed in our machine shops. This is a metallic tube with supports which rest on the bottom, and has many advantages over the old-fashioned, dark and dismal excavations. The material used is a compound somewhat like common glass, but as strong as steel. With our submarine fleets it is not difficult to put the sections in place, and when completed the water is pumped out of the cavity, and the roadway is ready for use. Even across small streams where the banks are not too high, they are frequently preferred to bridges as more safe and durable, but for long distances and in very deep water they are indispensable, and in the case of deep water tunnels they are frequently made to span submarine gorges. How fortunate, I exclaimed, that this submarine excursion was on the program. I now see a most wonderful exhibition of the power of mind to overcome material difficulties that it would have been hard for me to realize if I had received the information in some other manner. All things, responded Nequa, are possible to the human mind in its ultimate state of development, but we are now heading for the landing at the transportation headquarters, and we will spend the night on the Silver King, which takes us down to the ruins of Croy in the morning. And I ask, what is to hinder you from telling me something about these ruins now, and what they have to do with Norena's economic lessons? They are, said Nequa, only the relics of the great money center which held the people in bondage during the transition period. When Croy was deserted by the money kings, the people determined to preserve it, subject only to the ravages of time, as a warning and a lesson to future generations. As Nequa ceased speaking, the sea river rose to the surface by the side of the Silver King. The hatches were opened, and in a few minutes we were welcomed on board the electric yacht by Captain Thorfinn and invited to an elegant supper. The day had certainly been most agreeably spent, but its lessons were too suggestive and far-reaching in their character to be adequately presented in this small volume. I was fatigued by the incessant activity since early morning, and was glad of an opportunity to retire to my stateroom and rest. I was awake very early next morning, and after a hearty breakfast we were soon speeding down the Casitas between two lofty walls of granite. There was nothing to be seen but these towering cliffs for the first few miles, and Captain Thorfinn gave us a specimen of the speed of the Silver King. The cliffs seemed to dart past us as if we were on board of a lightning express train, and yet we could scarcely feel the motion of the vessel. I confess that I felt a little nervous at such astonishing speed, but Captain Thorfinn assured us that there was no danger, as the submarine patrols removed every obstruction and preserved a uniform depth of water. I asked the captain what was the greatest speed of his vessel, and he replied that he had never tested it. He had made 100 miles an hour, but the excursionists generally preferred to travel slowly. On this trip we would average 50, and so reach Croy in about 3 hours. During the last 2 hours of our journey, we were passing through a densely populated country. Great communal homes appeared on either side, and large manufacturing plants at frequent intervals. But our interest was centered at the mouth of the river, and our attention was chiefly directed over the bow. Soon a point of land appeared, where the river seemed to part in twain. This I recognized as the island I had seen from the airship which had brought us to the continent, and here is where the city of Croy had been situated. My interest had been aroused, and as the Silver King turned into the northern channel, the island became the center of attraction. On the larboard side, the same scenes of sylvan beauty, palatial buildings, and groups of happy, joyous people continued. It was now the uninhabited island that absorbed my attention. I could see in places, through the tangled brushwood and tall trees which lined the shore, glimpses of shattered walls and tumuli overrun by vines and briars, such as in many parts of the outer world are so attractive to archaeologists as the ruins of some ancient civilization. At one point I noticed what appeared to have been costly monuments to the dead, and I said to Norena, "Surely that must have been a cemetery." "And so it was," he responded. "In those days millions were expended in decorating the graves of the rich, while the masses of their fellow beings who had toiled to create what the few had absorbed lived in poverty, and large numbers died in almshouses or by the wayside and found their last resting place in a potter's field. More was often expended on a single tomb than could possibly have been earned in any useful service to society in a lifetime. They sought to secure a sort of immortality by polished granite columns and laudatory inscriptions. This has all been changed for centuries We cremate the dead body in the most speedy and economical manner possible and seek to secure longevity and happiness for all by creating the best possible conditions for the living. At another place I caught glimpses of monuments of another description, mingled with what had evidently been palatial structures adorned with the artistic work of the sculptor in great profusion. Obelisks of polished stone towered above the surrounding trees, giving the forest a peculiar appearance not easily forgotten, but difficult to describe. Noticing my interest in the scene, Lorena remarked, "This was once a magnificent park, and was ornamented by works of art from foreign lands representing the most ancient civilizations, as well as the most artistic products of their own sculptors and painters. One of those obelisks dated back to prehistoric ages. It was transported from its original site in the Old World and great expense as a monument to the wealth and munificence of the money kings. They had conquered the world then existing and held the people in subjection. To commemorate their success, they sought to compel the past to proclaim their greatness and gratify their vanity. But they had no future. They passed away, and now the descendants of the millions whom they oppressed visit these ruins and gather lessons of wisdom from their contemplation." We were now opposite a portion of the island where the ruins assumed something of the appearance of a city. An open roadway between buildings indicated that this had been one of the principal streets in the olden time. The Silver King rounded to and made fast to a well-preserved dock, which forcibly called to my mind the great docks of New York, Liverpool, and other seaport cities of the outer world. We disembarked and found the first restrictions on our movements that we had met in Altruria, except the entrances to private apartments. Those who desired to visit the ruins on the island were required to register their names and accept an escort to see that nothing was displaced or carried away from the chief points of interest. These preliminaries arranged, the gates were opened, and accompanied by our escort, we proceeded up the well-worn roadway towards what had doubtless been the chief center of wealth and power. On either side were huge masses of debris and falling walls of what had once marked the site of lofty structures. Briars and brambles grew in the accumulated dust of ages, which now covered the well-paved streets and marble sidewalks. Wild vines clambered over the shattered walls, and not unfrequently tall trees grew through the tops of buildings where the walls still stood firm. We were in the midst of a deep, tangled wildwood, where on every side could be seen indisputable evidence that this had once been a great center of population, wealth, and luxury. Ruined churches and marble halls, where once had gathered the elite of a city, the opulence of which had been the wonder of the world, now afforded a nesting place for wild fowl. My heart grew faint and my head dizzy as I pondered upon the wonderful lesson spread out before me. Here had been a city no less magnificent in its prime than New York, the great metropolis of America, and I asked myself the question, could this ever be the fate of my native city? Captain Battelle, who was walking by my side, broke in upon my meditations by asking, "What do you think of it, Jack? I never saw you so absorbed." And Yankee, like I said, I reply by asking, "What do you think, Captain? Surely you cannot be indifferent to scenes like this when you reflect that we are natives of New York City." "I'm not indifferent," said Battelle, but I have had the advantage of former visits and hence am better prepared for it. The part of the city we are now approaching has been kept in a tolerable state of repair to make the lessons taught by these ruins more impressive. This visit has been arranged for your especial benefit, as you are the recognized historian of the Ice King. Polaris and Dione showed Houston and myself through these ruins as soon as we reached the continent, which led me to infer that they had learned enough of our money system from McNair to understand that we needed the lesson. "Then you are not a total stranger to these scenes?" I said. "No, I have been here several times, and every time I come, I get some new light which applies to our own country. These ruins teach a wonderful lesson. It does seem, as Norena claims, that human progress always leads up through similar channels of development. Here we are in what was once a city, every feature of which indicates very clearly the existence of the same conditions which now prevail in the great cities of the outer world. It had its day, and passed away because it had served its purpose, and so must all great centers of pride and fashion in which a few absorb the wealth created by the people and expend it for their own pleasure without regard for others." We now entered a locality where all the buildings, pavements, etc., had been kept in a state of repair that had in a great measure withstood the ravages of time. Everywhere else the island had been left without care, and was a mass of ruins which were largely concealed from view by a deep soil composed of accumulated dust and vegetable humus from ages of luxuriant growth. Here, however, were the sub-treasury, stock exchange, and a number of great banking houses, still preserved to some extent as the money kings had left them. These buildings, said Norena, were occupied by the taskmasters of the people. Here was the headquarters of the gold power in this country, and having a monopoly of money, it bore to the people the relation of a universal creditor and absorbed the entire surplus created by their labor to meet its demand for interest, etc. Here was practically determined the amount allowed to producers on one hand and the price charged to consumers on the other. This power was the unquestioned dictator in every sphere of human activity. But we will visit the vaults of the great money kings of that time, which were the actual head center of this oppressive oligarchy of wealth. We entered a massive building. Its heavy bronze doors and polished granite walls gave the impression that, notwithstanding its artistic finish, the chief object in its erection had been strength and durability. The thick plate glass windows could be at once protected by heavily barred steel shutters. At a moment's notice, this massive structure could have been converted into a fortress that would enable a small number to hold it against a multitude. The front room was perfectly equipped as a bank, but with a strange and seemingly reckless display of gold coins, giving one the impression that a time had come when the owners were utterly indifferent as to what became of their accumulated hoard. Large safes were standing open, literally crammed with stacks of glittering coins. Tables and shelves were crowded with the yellow metal, which the custodian informed us was kept just as it had been left, as a relic of the ages of mental darkness, when the wealth-producing millions foolishly believed that they were dependent upon this golden hoard for the privilege of converting their labor into the means of subsistence. From the public office of the bank we descended a flight of marble steps into the basement, which we found brilliantly lighted by electricity. Huge steel vaults were standing open. Piles of gold bricks rested upon the floors, and packages of gold coins met our sight in every direction. "You see," said Norena, "how the gold flowed in upon the creditors when the people were making their exchanges without its use. Among the people it was only used to pay debts, and as the money kings owned to such a large extent the indebtedness, the gold supply of the country flowed in upon them until it was difficult to find storage for it. Additional vaults were built, and these were soon filled. At first they sought to turn this glut of gold to profit by making improvements which gave employment to labor. Great trunk lines of railroad were built, and the government borrowed vast sums which were expended on country roads, waterways, harbors, and so forth. But the people, now fully established in business for themselves, continued by their system of paying dividends to consumption to increase the price of labor and its products. When these millions were paid out as wages and entered into circulation, they speedily found their way into the people's banks and were returned to these vaults to pay debts. All this time the price of labor and its products was increasing, and the purchasing power of gold was decreasing, until in time all the debts were paid and the people ceased to exchange their products for money altogether. The purchasing power of gold was gone, and the money kings, who held on to the system to the last, were poor indeed. They found starvation staring them in the face. Then they abandoned these useless hoards, went out among the people, and found plenty of employment for their really valuable talents. From the gold vaults we passed into the others, where bonds, mortgages, stocks, etc., had been kept. Here, continued Norena, at regular intervals, clerks were locked in and kept close prisoners while they clipped coupons for their masters. You see by the labels the kind of securities which each compartment contained. These vaults held a legal lien upon the great bulk of the wealth of the country, the interest, dividends, etc., on which, if paid in cash, would require each year a sum equal to at least 1½ times the entire circulating medium of the country, and the principal, if converted into cash, would have required 10 times the entire volume of gold in the world. Here in potency was held a lien sufficient to take every acre of land and personal property in the country. That, I said, calls to my mind a phase of the question which I would like to have you explain. How did the multitudes, especially in this city and on this coast, escape the grasp of these money kings, who also owned the real estate? The people had no land to go upon, and hence could not procure a subsistence by cultivating the soil without paying tribute in the shape of rent. Your question, said Norena, is far-reaching, and I can only hint at the reply which it naturally calls forth. The money kings overreached themselves by encouraging people to secure loans and pledge their real estate for interest and principal, and then by contracting the circulation in order to increase the purchasing power of the money which they received as interest. As long as only a minor fraction of the land was mortgaged, the interest was promptly paid, but a time came when nearly all of the lands were mortgaged and the people were compelled to force their products on the markets all at once to get money to pay interest. More and more of the debtors gave up the struggle and abandoned their farms. These lands were useless to the money kings when no longer cultivated by a sturdy yeomanry. All along this eastern seaboard, where agriculture ought to have been most profitable, farms were abandoned because they would not pay interest on the investment. The money value of lands for actual use to producers declined to zero, and the people crowded into the city and were regarded in their impoverished condition as a dangerous class. Under these circumstances, the tendency of the ruling class was to encourage the homeless poor to go upon the lands and dig a subsistence out of the soil for which there was no market. Iola explained this to me. I said, but I have never quite understood why it was that these colonists were not charged a rental that would keep them in perpetual poverty. That, said Norena, would certainly have been the result if there had been no great Central West with a widespread tendency to agitate the money question and its relation to the economic condition of the wealth-producing millions. When the people began to organize as consumers with a view to minimizing the demand for money and to equalize distribution by paying dividends to labor, the money kings were forced to change their policy in regard to labor, and many producers got a firm hold on enough land to furnish a subsistence. The unused land had no value, and the equitists continued to increase the price of products in the West. The money kings who were not able to sell their lands could avail themselves of opportunities to exchange them for products. The leaders of the cooperative movement here in the East knew how to take advantage of these changing conditions, and by their communal system of cooperation were able to keep the movement on peaceful lines, and thus avoid violent collisions, which might have locally at least set the work of industrial emancipation back for years. Then it appears, I said, that it was not the Western organization of equitable exchange singly and alone that compelled the gold power to relax its grasp, but this Eastern cooperative movement was also a factor in securing better conditions for labor. That is true, said Norena. In the West, the people had one great advantage over the East, plenty of land. But it was the organization of equity in the West that flooded this Eastern financial center with money, not as interest, but because the Western people were using less money and paying debts. This made times better for the Eastern workmen. Both the Western and Eastern cooperators were working on the same principles. They were all accumulating funds to purchase land, and just in proportion as the people acquired control over business, they had more influence on legislation, and the power of money was correspondingly decreased. So it seems, I said, that your business organization did at last get into politics. Yes, said Norena, it did get into politics as a business influence, and what may seem strange to you, its object was to prevent the repeal of laws which have been enacted in the interest of the money monopolists. These shrewd financiers raised a great outcry against combinations among producers to increase the price of products by using interchangeable certificates of deposit instead of money in the transaction of business. The people were using the same methods for the improvement of their own financial condition that had been used so successfully by monopolists for their impoverishment, and the patrons demanded that all the laws that had been enacted in favor of monopoly should remain on the statute books. They further demanded that all debts should be payable in legal tender money at the option of the debtor. I should have thought, I said, that the people would be glad to welcome the repeal of laws from which they had suffered so much. There was a time when they would, said Norena, but not after they had adjusted their business relations to the operation of monopoly laws. Their debts were legally payable in money, and as the purchasing power of money was continually decreasing, it was to their interest to pay in money, and when all their debts were paid and the people refused any longer to take money for their products, the money kings who owned these vaults and their hoards of gold had to go in search of food. Many found homes in the cooperative communities and became valuable citizens, while a larger number had taken the alarm and emigrated to the old world, only to meet a worse fate a little later on, for in the less enlightened parts of the world the reign of gold wound up in a reign of terror. The lesson taught by these ruins would fill volumes. Norena's accurate historical knowledge and ever-ready explanations, with the not less forcible comments of Nequa and others, covered every phase of this wonderful, speedy, and peaceful evolution from the era of money despotism to the era of man and universal freedom. equality and fraternity. No wonder I thought that these people had preserved the ruins of Croy as a relic of their dark ages and a warning to humanity for all time to come. Here human selfishness reigned supreme, and the people of an entire continent had suffered in order to pour into this greedy maw the wealth which it had no power to consume. And now this once great center of wealth, pride, and fashion was a solitude. Its aristocratic 400 had actually been starved out by the refusal of the clodhoppers, greasy mechanics, and mudsills, whom they had held in such contempt to feed and clothe them any longer. Surely this was an object lesson well worthy of the care that had been taken to preserve it from the refining and civilizing hand of labor. Time was slowly obliterating these footprints of a tyranny from which the people had been emancipated for ages, but it was still important that it should not be entirely forgotten, and there could be no better reminder of the evil that had impoverished and degraded the millions, as well as of the means by which it had been removed, than these ruins and the abandoned heaps of useless gold. After a day among the ruins, and full of serious reflections, we returned to the Silver King, and were soon speeding down the bay. We landed at the tower, and from this point the electric cars soon transported us to our great communal home. I was fatigued, and retired to my own apartment at once to think and rest. End of chapter 14, part 2. Chapter 15, part 1 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages by Jack Adams. Chapter 15, part 1. Home again. Next morning, at the breakfast table, Nequa informed me that a package and letter from Bona to my address had arrived at an early hour, but that it had not been delivered, as they did not wish to disturb my rest. It had been retained in the office, subject to my order, when I was ready to receive it. This recalled to my mind a private conversation I had with Bona at Orbitello, and I surmised that her communication might have reference to that, but I was at a loss to form any opinion in regard to the package. She had told me that one of the inmates of the home at Lake Byblis was paying especial attention to the formation of an ideal mental picture of life and its conditions in the frozen regions, and to that end her apartments had been fitted up to represent winter scenery, and to make the impression more realistic she was provided with a refrigerator room where she subjected herself to low temperatures and was testing the heat conserving powers of various qualities of clothing. When breakfast was over, I called at the office and received a large bundle, neatly wrapped and securely sealed. The address was Jack Adams, No. 1, Care, Nequa. This was a poser. The communication was in the official envelope of the home, and I hastened to my room so that, if need be, I could have the aid of a lexicon in the translation. But when I opened it, somewhat to my surprise, I found it was written in English. Being appropriate as a part of this narrative, I inserted in full: Matron's Home, Lake Byblis, March 1, 6894 A.M. My dear Nequa, on returning to the home, I related to Mydra, the Arctic pupil, of whom I told you the substance of our conversation, and explained to her what you suggested in regard to electric garments as a means of conserving the natural heat of the body when exposed to severe cold. She informed me that she had been experimenting on that line, and had succeeded in making a suit that proved to be an ample protection from the greatest cold that her refrigerator is capable of producing. She sends you this electric suit with the request that you test it in your proposed voyage to the southern verge. She further requests me to tell you that she does not intend to permit you to deprive this inner world of the honor of having a Jack Adams among its great navigators and explorers by your simply taking advantage of one of our customs to change your name to such a feminine cognomen as Nequa. Both she and Tanqua are anxious to make your acquaintance. Mydra says that your image is indelibly impressed on her mind by your photograph. She has an enlarged reproduction of your picture as a prominent feature in her room, and from this she reads a most admirable character. The people of the entire conclave are aroused to the importance of your efforts to open up a channel of communication with the outer world. All the grand divisions want to participate in the honor, and to that end each one has appointed a member to act with a representative from Altruria and constitute an inner world council to assist in every way possible. It has been agreed that Narena shall represent this country, and I am authorized to request you to make a date for the first meeting of the council as soon as possible after your trial voyage in search of a storm, as Patel expressed it. Please advise me as soon as you return when it will suit you best to have these inner world representatives call upon you, and oblige your many friends, Bona. I opened the bundle and found a beautifully quilted silk suit, soft and pliable but of firm texture, with sandals, gloves, headdress, and visor to match. It also contained a small inlaid jewel case with a key in the lock. I opened this and found, as I supposed, a beautiful locket in which I expected to see a picture of the donor, but it proved to be a delicate piece of machinery with printed instructions, which informed me that it was a phonograph for the especial use of reporters. When wound up, it recorded on silver foil every word spoken. This was something new, and I recalled to mind that I had frequently talked to people who wore similar lockets. Now I had found put that they probably preserved a record of every word I said, and I wondered if I had said anything that I would not like to have repeated. With people wearing lockets of this description, I realized how important it was for all to be very careful what they said, and certainly the people of this country are the most circumspect and exact in their statements of any people with whom I have ever met. Just as I had finished the examination of the phonograph, the bell called my attention to my private telephone, and I was requested to meet Battelle at the boatyard on the roof, prepared for a flight through the air on his new airship and to take some lessons in its management. This was just what I wanted, and in a minute the elevator had landed me on the roof. I found Battelle, Houston, Polaris, and Ione, together with Iola, McNair, and Oqua, ready for a ride in the new airship. It was beautifully finished, but much more substantial than the light, airy vessels to which I had become accustomed. I complimented Battelle upon its appearance, but he was too matter-of-fact to appreciate anything that might look like flattery, and said with his usual honest bluntness, "It is not the appearance that we care anything about, but the sailing qualities. And so far as this climate is concerned, we have made decided improvements in this particular. The sailing qualities are such that everyone wants an improved airship all at the same time. The demand is so pressing, the Captain, Gounod, and myself are in honor bound to these people to give our entire attention to supplying the world with these improvements for at least a year to come. So we have concluded to turn the whole matter over to you of constructing a vessel that will meet the requirements of an Arctic storm." "But," I asked, "why should you give up this work now that you have it so far completed into my inexperienced hands? I should think that your improvements could be duplicated by native mechanics." "So they might," said Battelle, "but they want all their factories readjusted, and the same improved methods of manufacture which have been introduced at Lake Byblis. Besides, we could not have completed the work without your assistance. It was just as important that you should test our improvements in the conditions existing at the verges as it was for us to manufacture them. These external world methods of testing everything by actual experiment are absolutely necessary when we come to deal with external world conditions. A department of the factory of Byblis has been set apart for you, where your plans and specifications will be speedily worked out. But, I asked, how can they be worked out as they should be by mechanics who know absolutely nothing about external world conditions, such as polar waves, Arctic storms, hurricanes, and cyclones, which are produced by external influences not existing in this internal world? Will Captain Gannot and yourself, with your external world experience and observation, be there to superintend the work? Yes, I will be there, said Battelle, but I want to thank you now for so forcibly presenting the reasons why the people of the inner world are anxious to avail themselves of our outer world experience in adapting their airships to outer world conditions. You certainly would not deprive them of this when they have given us so much that is indispensable to the physical, mental, and moral uplifting of the people who live in the external world. It is these considerations which have influenced our decision to yield to their wishes whenever these people who live in this internal world of truth, as McNair calls it, wherein altruistic love of humanity is the controlling impulse, see an improvement, they all want it immediately because it will enable them to do more good to others, and of course we could not honorably refuse to assist them to the fullest extent of our ability. Certainly not, I said. That puts the matter in an entirely new light, but it also leaves to me, with my comparative inexperience, the whole responsibility of constructing a storm and cold-proof ship. For this I have no experience as a mechanic, and am but poorly qualified. My duties on shipboard have always been in some capacity that did not stimulate my mechanical faculties, if I have any. As an assistant to Captain Gannot and yourself, I thought there might be a place for me, but as to my ability to take the lead, I have my doubts. I do not see how I am to get along without your cooperation and counsel. You will certainly have that, said Battelle. This is a country of rapid transit, and we shall get together at regular intervals to compare notes. Besides, we will have the assistance of an inner world association, whose representatives will constitute an inner world council of the most earnest spirits, who are anxious to unite the internal and external worlds by opening a channel of intercommunication and cultivating a mutual spirit of fraternal regard and cooperation between the two. I've thought much along these lines, and realize how necessary these two great worlds are to each other, and how important that the leading spirits of both should come together and work with one accord for the highest possible development of both. And that is just what they must do, said Nequa. But let us test your new ship at once, and confer in regard to the work we have in hand at the same time. Thus prompted, we embarked. Battelle applied the power, and we began to ascend. Every required motion of the vessel had its appropriate propelling power, which was under perfect control. No turning around was necessary. The new ship could dart in any given direction at the will of the operator. I took my place at the helm with Battelle, and after a little practice found that I could handle it without difficulty. To me, its management was much more simple than the old style, which could only move in one direction. This facility with which the direction could be changed was the essential feature in order to be able to ride the storms and nullify the influence of the contending air currents, which would be a constant source of danger in the outer world. In fancy I pictured myself in a storm, with sudden changes in the direction of the wind, and suiting the action to the thought, I set the vessel to dodging and gyrating in every direction, to the no little alarm of our Altrurian friends, who had no conception of the conditions of an external world bluster. "Hold on, Jack," exclaimed Battelle. "Don't shake the life out of us. Wait until you get into an actual storm, and then dodge as rapidly as may be necessary. But there is no need of it here." "I was just thinking," I said, what motions might be necessary in a regular bluster to hold the ship steady on her course. I really feel anxious to try it, and believe that I can literally ride the storm like the petrel in such a ship as I fully believe can be made. Well, you can try as soon as you like, said Battelle. I see you understand the management, and I leave you to test it to your heart's content. Find all the deficiencies you can, and let us know what changes may be needed, and they will be made to the best of our ability. We will now return to your home, borrow one of your old-fashioned ships, and return to our work at Byblis. Well, do not send it back, said Nequa, until it is remodeled according to the latest improvements. Your Department of Exchange, said Battelle, has already sent in a general order for improved airships to replace those of the old style, which in effect means that they shall all be remodeled on application, so we will send you an improved ship as soon as it can be made. It was now the 2nd day of March, and I had set my heart on getting ready to start for the outer world by the latter part of May or the 1st of June, so there was no time to be wasted. I determined to leave at once on my experimental voyage to the southern verge, and announced my intentions to Nequa, requesting her to represent me during my absence, and any arrangements that she made in my name would be satisfactory. What, she exclaimed, do you propose to go alone? I thought Battelle intended that 2 of your sailors should go with you. So he did, I replied, and at that time I thought I would need them. But since I have tried the vessel, I've come to the conclusion that I had better go alone. As Battelle left without referring to the matter, I shall act upon the presumption that he had changed his mind, just as he did in regard to completing a storm and cold-proof airship. But, said Nequa, your journey will take a week or 10 days' travel at the least, and how can you stand the constant attention to the helm without rest? No fears on that score, I said. Very much of the time will be spent in this serene atmosphere. I need only set the helm in the right direction, and I can rest until I find stormy conditions. Then I will surely be able to experiment with the ship for a few hours. Nequa, seeing that I was determined, helped me to get ready. I took sufficient supplies for 3 weeks, although I did not expect to be gone half of that time. The trip was most interesting, but I have no room to describe the voyage. Sufficient to say that I found storm conditions and intense cold much sooner than I expected. My electric garments proved to be a perfect success, but I discovered a number of deficiencies in the ship. I returned in just 8 days and presented a written report and specifications for necessary changes. Battelle assured me that the new vessel should be ready for another trial journey as soon as possible. I had notified Nerena that I would be pleased to meet the World Council at my own apartments on the 15th, and I was back from the southern verge on the 10th, ready to place my discoveries before them. Promptly at the time indicated, Captains Ganot and Battelle, with our usual circle of Altrurian friends, were present in the council chamber of the home, ready to receive our guests, and in a few minutes Nerena arrived with the representatives from the other grand divisions. He introduced them as Hylas of Atlan, Lao Roy of Budistan, Wallaroo of Naxuania, and Lefroy of the Austral Isles. Coming as they did from all the grand divisions of the world, I expected to see people of widely different physical appearance and mental characteristics, but in this I was mistaken. While they showed marked differences, there was no such contrasts as we find between different races in the outer world. In complexion, they ranged from blonde to a dark brunette, all spoke the same language, expressed similar sentiments, and in features and general deportment seemed to be building toward a common type. I made a report of my trial trip to the southern verge, and also of our plans and specifications for the further improvement of the airship that we believed would make it storm and cold-proof. As these people knew practically nothing of the conditions of the frigid zones, they accepted what we had to offer without criticism. They expressed themselves as highly gratified that they had with them experienced navigators who were familiar with the frozen regions and who knew what was needed in order to open up a channel of communication. At this meeting it was definitely determined that we should meet again on April 15th which interval Battelle assured us would give me an opportunity to report on another trial trip to test the additional improvements which had been found desirable, that I should go ahead with the work of preparation in my own way, and when I was satisfied that the time had come to cross the ice barriers, I should fix the date so that the council could arrange for an excursion to the most northern point of the continent of Altruria, where the life-saving service had a signal station at an ancient watchtower that had been erected in prehistoric times. After our business meeting had closed, the representatives from the old world plied us with questions concerning the outer world, which we answered to the best of our ability. Finding that they were not a bit backward about questioning, I was emboldened to ask how it was that all the representatives from the different countries seemed to have been selected from the same race of people, while I had learned from Altrurian history that the same races of men had existed here that existed in the outer world. That was the case in ancient times, said Wallaroo of Noxuania, but at this time we have practically only one race of people in the inner world. Here is a mystery, I said, that I would like very much to have explained. How is it that they have all merged into one type, ranging in complexion from blonde to brunette? My own explanation, said Wallaroo, is that identity of ideals and similarity of conditions naturally lead to similarity of development, as in accordance with natural law, the race is always building in the direction of its ideals. That is certainly, I said, a scientific proposition, but it does not explain why blonde, for instance, should ever become an ideal complexion among the dark races. How do you account for it? Your question, said Wallaroo, is one that should be carefully studied in the light of science and history in order to be understood. One thing is certain, that the early inhabitants of my own country, Noxuania, were very dark, ranging from brown to black, while at present brunette is the rule, and blonde is not uncommon. But how, I asked, do you account for the change? My opinion, said Wallaroo, is that the influence of the white missionaries created a new ideal in the minds of the people, and especially in the minds of the mothers, who almost worshipped them. But how is this, I asked? In the outer world, the dark races very often persecute and destroy the white missionaries. And so they did here, said Wallaroo, before equity was established in Altruria among white people, and another class of white missionaries were sent to the dark races. These came not to promulgate metaphysical creeds, but to bring material blessings and establish freedom, equality, and fraternity. They practiced just what they preached, and wherever they went they bestowed blessings. The people, especially the women, soon came to worship them as saviors because they sought only to do them good on the material plane which they could appreciate, and left them to free their minds from superstition in the natural way by increasing their knowledge. It is not strange under these circumstances that with these children of nature, white became the ideal color. Improved material conditions together with a scientific education, higher ideals, and ample time for development have produced all the changes which have been wrought out. I found the members of the council from the other grand divisions to be highly cultured people, and I looked forward to meeting them in the future with pleasure. I was especially interested in Wallaroo and Lefroy because they represented peoples which at the introduction of the present altruistic civilization would correspond to the people now occupying Central Africa and the South Sea Islands. Wallaroo had attributed their remarkable development as physical, mental, and moral beings to the higher civilization derived from the religion of humanity, regardless of creeds, that had been brought to them by the Altrurian missionaries. The more I thought of these things, the more I was impressed that I must visit these countries, mingle with the people, and make a close study of their history. Lefroy told me that their written history commenced with the work of the missionaries of the new civilization, but much additional knowledge had been gained from archaeological and ethnological researches in the light of such prehistoric traditions as had been preserved. These missionaries did not come to promulgate doctrines of a future life, but to establish conditions which would confer blessings in this life, such as could be appreciated on the animal plane. For this reason they were welcomed as superior beings to lead them morally and spiritually. But these glimpses of a new field of discovery that was opening up before me, I was more than ever stimulated to complete the work I had in hand, which was directly applicable to the solution of the great economic problem confronting the people of the outer world. As had been promised by Patel at the council which met on April 15th, I was able to report the deficiencies that had been discovered in the airship by my second trial trip to the southern verge during its winter season. At this meeting it was determined to name the new vessel the Aeolus, though I preferred to call it the Petrel, because I had demonstrated that it could ride the storm. The time for the excursion to the watchtower at the northern extremity of the continent, and my departure for the outer world, was fixed for the 20th of May, and the next meeting of the council on board the Silver King on the 15th, while en route. This gave me really less than 1 month to complete my manuscript and get everything in readiness for what I regarded as the most momentous voyage of my life. While I was enrolled as a teacher of English and the geography, history, and institutions of the outer world, I'd really given all of my attention to the study of the Altrurian language and of the manner in which the great problems now confronting my own country had been solved. Every day revealed something new or presented the old in a new light. The arts and sciences had been developed to a degree that had scarcely been dreamed of in the outer world. Psychic powers, such as clairvoyance, clairaudience, and telepathy, which in the outer world were classed as occult by believers and as baseless assumptions by the multitudes, were here well understood by the many, as revealed in the fact that my disguise had been so readily penetrated by native Altrurians. But at the same time they respected my right to conceal my identity. This was a marked peculiarity of these people. The right of persons to keep a secret in their own bosoms was never questioned, and when it was discovered, as I take it for granted was usually the case, it was never alluded to. Here my assumed character of Jack Adams the sailor was held in the highest esteem by the few to whom I had explained the reason for it, because it had been necessary in order to enable me to be true to my own higher sense of right. In the outer world this would have branded me as disreputable, and I would have been ostracized as something vile by the so-called better classes of society. After years of wandering, exposed to the perils and hardships of a sailor's life, I'd found my lost lover, only to learn from his oft-expressed sentiments that he regarded such a course of life as I had pursued as so grossly disreputable that no honorable man could afford to contract a matrimonial alliance with such a woman. For this reason I had not revealed myself to him, and now that I was soon to leave him, the question often presented itself to my mind as to whether I ought to let him remain any longer in ignorance of the fact that Cassie Van Ness had stood by his side in so many dangers. The time was at hand when this question must be decided, and I determined to confer with my most intimate Altrurian friends of my own sex. Bona had arrived at our home at my invitation, and Nequa and Iola were present to assist in making out a program for the excursion and my departure for the outer world. My proposed journey was, of course, the subject of conversation, but I wanted to draw them out in regard to the personal matter that was uppermost in my mind. I wanted their advice, but did not want to be too abrupt in raising a question that was calculated to call the attention of these public-spirited people away from an important public question in which they were deeply interested, to the consideration of my own private affairs. Nequa, however, soon gave me the opportunity I wanted by asking, "What does Captain Gannot think of the decision of the council and the general consensus of the opinions of those most interested, that you should have your own way about the journey and go alone if you thought best?" While he did not object, I felt quite sure that he did not approve. His heart, I said, was very much set on going himself, and he expressed his grave fears as to my safety, notwithstanding my excursions into the stormy regions in the vicinity of the southern verge. He knows, however, that it was with his consent and advice that the entire matter of opening communication with the outer world was placed in my hands, and I accepted the responsibility under protest. The council regarded my proposed expedition as too perilous to risk more than one life in the attempt, but this, you know, is just what I wanted for reasons of my own. As a matter of fact, there is less danger than in my excursions to the southern verge. I wonder sometimes what the captain would think if he knew that it was the little girl playmate of his boyhood days and the affianced bride of his early manhood who was bidding him adieu. And do you not intend, asked Oakwood, to reveal your identity to him in some way so that when you return, no concealments will be necessary? You know that we penetrated your disguise at once, but we respected your natural right to conceal your identity, and we shall continue to do so until you are willing for us to do otherwise. But I would suggest, as an act of justice to Captain Cano, as well as to yourself, that you ought to let him know who you are. It will doubtless awaken in his mind a train of thought that will be very beneficial to him, while it will protect you from the deteriorating effects of leading a double life. But, I said, this double life was forced upon me by causes over which I had no control, and hence I do not see how it can have any deteriorating effects. That was no doubt true, interrupted Bonadilla, in the present stage of your outer world civilization, but there is no necessity for it here, and the necessity being past, the continuance of the deception might be interpreted to mean that, deep down in your soul, you doubted the propriety of your conduct. Disguise is perfectly legitimate as a means of self-protection, but when it is unnecessary, its tendency is to cultivate duplicity, a characteristic to be carefully avoided. Hence I would advise you to adopt some method of revealing your identity to Captain Cano at the moment of your departure, and the more open and frank you are about it, the better will be the effect on him as well as yourself. Better not wait until he penetrates your disguise for himself, something he would have done long ago, but for the fact that from his education he is guided by external appearances instead of those more subtle impressions from which there can be no concealments. I saw the force of this kind of reasoning, and determined to act accordingly, and the more I thought of it, the more determined I became to be frank, honest, and kind, but strong, independent, and inflexible in the assertion of my natural right to think and act for myself without having my integrity and purity of character called in question, because I preferred truth to falsehood. At first I dreaded the denouement, but the more I reflected upon it, the more necessary it appeared, and the better I was prepared for the ordeal. The hour of my departure was near. It had been arranged that the Silver King, with the delegations from the other grand divisions, should meet the Altrurian delegation at the ruins of Croy, and I had agreed to give Pat and Mike a ride on the Aeolus from the Ice King on Lake Byblis, and land them on the Silver King while en route for the northern extremity of the continent. I started to the lake early in the morning of May 15th, and within an hour from my departure I was on the deck of the Ice King. I found Leif and Eric, as well as Pat and Mike, ready for the journey. As soon as I had secured some scientific instruments I wanted from the equipment of the Ice King, and some personal belongings which I regarded as important, I invited the sailors on board the Aeolus, and in a moment more we were mounting into the air. We sailed around the lake and gave the people an opportunity of seeing the airship that was destined for the outer world. The Aeolus was not built with a view to securing greater speed, but for holding its course regardless of contrary winds. In speed, however, it was capable of making considerable progress against a headwind of 200 miles an hour. I put the ship through the various movements that it was capable of making, such as stopping suddenly, moving backward, moving sideways, and suddenly rising and falling for the benefit of the sailors and of the numerous spectators. Mike was quick to see the advantage that the Aeolus had over other airships, and he remarked with enthusiasm, "Well, Jack, it will take a lively hurricane to drive you much from your course, but how in the world would you keep from freezing?" "Nothing easier," I said as I touched a button and lighted the electric burners that were placed between the inner and outer walls. In a minute the walls were hot to the touch, and the air inside became sultry. "Gracious!" exclaimed Mike, "you can never stand this. It will roast you." "Then we will cool it," I said as I shut off part of the burners, "or if this is not enough, I will shut them all off." "But," said Mike, "you have it so hot now that it will take an hour to cool off." "Not so," I replied. "I will open the doors and start the electric fans." And suiting the action to the word, a cool breeze took the place of the sultry air. "But if you want it cooler," I continued, "I will bring the temperature down a point or two more." And closing the doors, I opened the refrigerator compartment, and in a moment we were shivering with the cold. "Well," exclaimed Mike, "I never knew climate to change so rapidly. I think you have not been dodging up to the pole and back for nothing. You seem to have provided for every emergency but one, and that is the freezing of the moisture, which is already obscuring your lookouts by this manufactured dose of winter." "That is provided for," I said as I started the circular lookout glasses into motion under a specially prepared brush which absorbed the moisture. Mike noticed the disappearance of the clouds on the lookouts, but did not observe the cause, and looked at me inquiringly. "Put your hand on the glass," I said, "and it will explain itself." "Well, I should think it would," he exclaimed as he jerked back his hand. "The whole window is just a whizzing, and now I see that the crossbar is a brush that seems to have drank up the moisture." "I've tried to provide for every contingency," I said as I turned the prow of the Elis down the valley of the Cositas and put her at full speed. "I regard it as a matter of the first importance that a full account of our discovery shall be transmitted to our own country. We must join the excursion on board the Silver King as soon as we can. I want to interview as many of the representatives from other countries as possible. I must gather all the useful knowledge I can for the benefit of the external world." "That is right," said Mike, "and I would be far from stopping you, but I want you to be after going slow a bit." "Why, what is the matter?" I asked as I checked our speed. "Just this," said Mike, producing a box. "It will take money in the outer world to secure the publication of your book, and here is our wages from the Ice King. It is no use to us in this country, and we want it to be used to send your book broadcast. You will see that it is divided into 2 parcels. One belongs to Leif and Eric, and the other to Pat and myself." End of chapter 15, part 1. Chapter 15, Part 2 of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams. Chapter 15, Part 2. Home again. Here Leif broke into our conversation, speaking the Altruian language like a native, saying, "We want your book to be translated into all languages, and it will be just as soon as our wonderful discoveries are known in any civilized country. We particularly want our own people to hear about this country, and that we are not the first Norsemen who came here. Tell them about the old Viking, and also of the Norwegian names which are found everywhere." "I've noted these things," I said, "as well as the part you have taken in the expedition, how you saved the Ice King by your prompt action when we were caught in the ice, and how your ability as seamen enabled us to get through after the larger part of the crew had deserted." "Oh, we ask no credit for that," said Eric. "We shipped for a purpose, and have in a measure found what we were looking for. When the right time comes, our people will hear from us, and when they do, we may be able to add something of value to the great work for humanity which you have undertaken. All we ask for now is that your account of our discoveries shall be given to the outside world." "And I promise you," I said, "that your money shall be used for that purpose, and I fully believe that what we have learned will be the greatest boon that could be conferred upon the people of the outer world. In the name of humanity, I accept the trust you place in my hands, and I shall see that your gold shall be used to emancipate your fellow workmen from the tyranny now imposed upon them by human greed." As we sped down the valley, a glass of small magnifying power brought the Silver King into view, gliding northward on the bay like a thing of life. I timed the Elis so as to join the excursion on this floating crystal palace when it passed out upon the ocean. As we slowly settled in the place that had been set apart for us, the crowds gathered around, and I was kept busy answering questions and explaining the use of the various attachments which experience had demonstrated to be essential to the successful navigation of the air in the external world. This was an excursion long to be remembered. The crowds of elegantly dressed people who thronged the decks of the Silver King had gathered from every part of the concave to accompany us to the northern extremity of Ultruria, a distance of about 7,000 miles from the mouth of the Cocytus. It was intended that we should cover this distance in 7 days, which would make the actual time of my departure on my aerial voyage the morning of the 23rd of May. As the excursion was to last 1 full week, a series of entertainments was provided to make the time pass pleasantly and profitably. Music, dancing, and theatrical performances were interspersed with lectures and social converse touching upon leading subjects of thought and action. The program made this journey one ceaseless round of enjoyment. The records of the conversations preserved by my Locke phonograph I regard as the most instructive and valuable historical, scientific, and ethical lessons I've ever listened to, and which I hope to be able to give to the world when the occasion requires. On the evening of the 22nd, Nequa called my attention to the kaleidoscopic lights on the watch tower, which was to be the point where I would bid farewell to my Ultrarian friends, as well as my comrades of the Ice King. In the pitch-dark nights of the outer world, such an exhibition would have been beautiful and grand beyond description. But even here, with the reflected light which made the darkest nights comparatively light, the scene through our glasses of the ever-changing views was such that I never tired of observing them. These lights presented all the prismatic hues of the rainbow, with the intermediate shades continually changing from one geometrical figure to another, but always coming around to a 5-pointed star, which is the symbol and sign manual of the material civilization of this inner world. The changing colors kept pace with the changing geometrical figures, always returning to the 5-pointed star until it had been reproduced in each of the 7 prismatic colors. This seemed to be the regular order, but suddenly it was broken by giving only the stars in the 7 different colors in a rapid succession until they resolved themselves into a circle, revolving swiftly on its axis. Seeing my interest in this change, Nequa said, "The keeper has just noticed our approach and is operating the keys to send us a welcome in the name of the entire concave. This welcome will be repeated by every signal station on this parallel around the world. The principal use of these lights is to send messages by means of the changing figures, which are well understood by the people of this country, and especially those who navigate these northern waters. The one great drawback to their use is that they must be observed through glasses which are especially adapted to this purpose. Here in this inner world, where it is never absolutely dark, we cannot take the full advantage of these light signals without the use of external appliances." As she spoke, she set the great telescope through which I was looking to revolving so as to take in a zone all around the concave, and I observed other signal lights responding in regular order along this zone. "These signal stations," continued Nequa, "are under the control of the life-saving service, and the keepers with these glasses are always on the lookout for mariners who may be in danger, and their signal messages notify any patrols that may observe them of the nature of the danger as well as the locality of the endangered. Had the Ice King come within the radius of any of these signal stations at almost any other time, you would certainly have been discovered and rescued, but at the time you came into these waters, the fog had effectually checkmated our observations. For this reason we are agitating for the extension of this system to medial and equatorial latitudes, as the time has come when it seems likely that other ships like the Ice King may drift into these placid waters where sails are useless, and hence be powerless to save themselves from certain destruction by being carried into the southern verge on ocean currents which never touch the land. On the morning of the 23rd, when I awoke, the Silver King was lying at the wharf, and I had a close view of the watchtower and its ever-changing signal lights. It was more like a lofty building than a mere tower. It was a hexagon in shape, 250 feet in height, with a large platform on top, in the center of which was a huge column like the body of a tall tree branching out into numerous arms, each supporting a series of electric lights. The mechanical contrivance by which these lights were controlled was automatic, but as occasion required, could be changed by the watchman in the observatory to signal any message required to all whom it might concern. This building from outside to outside was 100 feet at the base and 50 feet at the top, while the inside diameter was the same from top to bottom. On the outside was a spiral stairway reaching from the ground to the platform at the top, and in the center was an electric elevator connected with each of the 20 stories. The hour of my departure had come. According to the program, I was to bid farewell to the members of the Inner World Council and my old comrades of the Ice King and some personal friends at the top of the tower where they had already assembled. The crew of the Silver King and her throngs of excursionists had gathered on the deck and the wharf to see me take my flight. When all was ready, I took my place on the Aeolus, and rising a few feet, sailed slowly around this magnificent ship, coming to a halt on the starboard quarter, where Captain Thorfinn, acting as spokesman, said, "In the name of the people here assembled from all parts of the world, who have accompanied you thus far on your daring expedition, I am requested to express to you our exalted opinion of your courage, your ability and worth, and to thank you for the inestimable service which you have undertaken to render to our people by extending their sphere of knowledge in regard to the external world. You are now engaged in a work for which our people are powerless. We realize that we are to profit by your perils. You will ever occupy a warm place in our affections. Accept our thanks for your heroic efforts to open a channel of communication with our fellow beings of the external world. Hoping for your speedy return, we bid you a loving farewell." "And through you," I responded, "I desire to extend my heartfelt thanks to those who are beyond the reach of my voice, for this demonstration of their interest, and may the channel of communication, which we hope to establish between the internal and the external worlds, never again be closed. But as yet I have not accomplished anything to merit your thanks. I am the one who ought to be grateful to your people. I came among you a stranger, and you received me as a brother. Everywhere I have met the kindest consideration, and all my wants have been supplied without even the formality of asking. I have here found the living soul of humanity developed as it has never been believed to be possible in the external world. I carry with me to my own native land the pearl of great price, the knowledge that humanity can be redeemed from selfishness and all of its consequences. In the external world from whence I came, we have only cultivated the external, and hence have developed physical hardihood, while you have developed the finer attributes of the soul which we have neglected. My ambition is to bring these two worlds together. You need our physical hardihood, while we need your higher development of soul. When the leading characteristics of both are united into one common brotherhood, both worlds will have a perfected humanity. If I can help humanity to reach this grand culmination, where both soul and body shall be developed to their utmost capacity, I shall be happy. To me, with my training, it does not seem like a daring undertaking now that I am enabled to utilize your grand discovery of the means by which the air can be navigated. Thanking you for this mark of your consideration, and promising to return as soon as possible, I bid you adieu." As I ceased speaking, I set the Aeolus to moving directly to the top of the tower. This demonstrated at once to the multitudes its superiority over the old style of airship, and they gave a cheer which was the more expressive and significant as these people are not given to anything like loud demonstrations of applause. At the platform I received cordial words of cheer from the committee, my old comrades of the Ice King, and my most intimate Alturian friends. Speaking up for the committee, Lalroy of Budistan said, "On behalf of the members of this committee, and especially of the members from the Eastern Hemisphere, I congratulate you upon the marked improvements you have made in our methods of aerial navigation. The construction of the Aeolus marks an era in our progress that will be a monument to your memory. You will be honored and appreciated for generations to come." "Excuse me," I responded. "I'm not entitled to the honor you would bestow upon me. Captain Battelle made the first move toward the improvements that were consummated in the Aeolus, and Captain Gannot and Houston have both contributed their mechanical skill. Without them there would have been no Aeolus." "Hold on, Jack," said Battelle. "In the consummation, we only carried out your suggestions. The improvements I started were completed in accordance with your plans." "Yes," said Captain Gannot as he clasped my hand. "You were the first person I ever heard suggest the construction of an airship that could ride the storm, and but for your suggestions, every one of which was tested in your experimental journeys to the verges, we never could have succeeded. And but for your intimate knowledge of the difficulties to be overcome, I never would have consented for you to go alone. Even as it is, notwithstanding the unanimous decision of the committee, I find it very hard to reconcile myself to the thought that you are to be exposed all alone to the cold and the storms of the polar regions. Such dangers ought to be reserved for those who have nothing to live for, and not for the young, the refined, and the educated who have a bright future before them. Have no fears for me, I said. You must not forget that it is now warm weather in the north frigid zone, and I will not be exposed to intense cold, and the probability is that I will have no severe storms to contend with. But I will promise this, to be careful, and if I discover any defect in the Aeolus that would make the journey too hazardous, I will return at once, rather than take any chances of defeating our purpose of communicating with the outer world when we have mastered the problem of riding the storm. No doubt my observations on this voyage will open the way for other improvements. Keep up your courage. This is but the beginning of our work. We must have airships that will enable the most sensitive to visit the outer world and teach our countrymen the importance of cultivating the higher attributes of the soul, which can only be developed in their fullness under the benign influence of an altruistic civilization. Oakwa here stepped forward and took me by the hand, saying, Nequa, my more than friend, go, and the blessings of our people go with you. May you reach your native land in safety and accomplish your mission. By so doing, you will leave footprints on the sands of time that can never be effaced. As soon as your work is placed in the proper hands, return with all speed to the many loving hearts which await you. Scarcely had she ceased speaking when Polaris, as if to continue her remarks, raising her hand and pointing to the north, said, Yes, loving hearts will await you, and when your form has faded from our vision, in yonder deep cerulean blue, the mystic symbol of purity and truth, remember that in spirit we are with you, and I will continue to keep watch over these waters, patiently awaiting your return, as in the past I have kept watch for any of your people that might drift in here, and be left to the mercy of the currents which never touch the land. I hope to be the first to greet you on your return, but if perchance you should be lost in your perilous undertaking, I will still be flitting to and fro over these northern seas, awaiting the coming of your people to assist and welcome them in the true spirit of our civilization. McNair gave a new turn and spirit to this closing interview by saying in his usual cheery manner, In the name of humanity, I protest against preparing for the funeral before the corpse is ready. Neither am I willing to contemplate the possibility of Jack Adams ever requiring any such a service at our hands. You do not understand the kind of material of which he is composed. I know that Jack is going to make the round trip no matter what we may be doing, and so far as I'm concerned, I do not intend to give myself any uneasiness about him. And instead of bobbing around up here in this chilly atmosphere, I will go home and be ready to give Jack the cordial greeting of a fellow countryman when he returns from this last polar expedition. McNair is right, I said. I'm not starting out to fall by the wayside, and do not forget that the Aeolus will sail far above the ice fields, and that during the high noon of the long Arctic day of 6 months' duration, I apprehend no danger, but anticipate a pleasant excursion to my native land. But I will not go any further this time than is absolutely necessary. I hope to meet the right persons at some of the many stations in Alaska, and if so, I will return several days earlier than I have promised. I shall return as soon as possible. My life work is here, for it will take a lifetime to complete the work that I have laid out for myself to do for the benefit of my countrymen who live in the external world. As I was speaking, Captain Gounod stood with his hand on the door of the Aeolus, as if it was by right his place to have the last parting word. Captain Battelle and the other comrades of the Ice King drew near. Upon their faces I read the affectionate regard they had for me. It was a trying moment. I wanted a last word with Captain Gounod. I wanted it impressive, kind, but inflexible. I shook hands with all who stood near, and then as I held Captain Gounod's hand, I said to Oakwa, Step on board, I want you to assist me a moment. And to the captain, Wait here a moment, I have something to say to you. Oakwa did as directed, and we ascended and made the circuit of the lights, while I prepared myself for the revelation I intended. Oakwa handled the ship while I hastily donned the attire which characterized my sex in the outer world. I arrayed myself in the same rich satin dress that I had worn on the last evening I had spent with Raphael at his uncle's home in New York, my golden locks made into a neat fitting wig and put up in the game style, which he had so much admired, now covered my short cropped hair. Around my neck I had the same gold chain and locket of peculiar workmanship, and the same ring on my hand, which had been his parting presents to his affianced bride. Over all I wore a cloak that came down to my feet. My toilet complete, we dropped to the level of the platform, but just outside, and Nequa, with a parting pressure of the hand and with a last injunction, Nequa, be strong, be true, but do not forget to be kind and considerate, passed from the Aeolus to the platform, and moving back a few feet, I stepped to the door, and throwing aside my cloak, stood arrayed before Captain Gunnow, just as I had been when I bade him adieu at our guardian's home just 15 years before. The crowd stood spellbound. None but Nequa, McMahon, and the crew of the Ice King had ever seen anyone dressed in the costume which is peculiar to women in the outer world. Captain Gunnow stood rooted to the spot, and gazed at me with a look of consternation, as if I was one who had just arisen from the grave, as I said, Captain Gunnow, you doubtless recognize me, and I ask your attention for a moment. You will probably remember that on the Ice King you confidently related to your scientist Jack Adams the story of your engagement to Cassie Van Ness, and asked if he had ever loved. He made an evasive reply. If you care to have an explicit answer to that question, ask my trusted friend Nequa. I do not wish to have that story again pass my lips. I've done it with it forever. I've now taken up a new life, and henceforth I'm wedded to a new lover, and the wealth of my affection shall be bestowed upon humanity. The memory of the old life and the old love carries with it the martyrdom of all that is noblest, purest, and most sacred in the soul of woman, her devotion to the chosen idol of her girlhood days. These outer world conditions, so foreign to all that is good and true, make me wonder that I should ever have been so weak as to be victimized by them. But such are the consequences of a false education, which belongs to a benighted past and cannot be helped. For many long years in my assumed character of Jack Adams the sailor, I roamed over the high seas to find you, and during all of our perils in the ice I stood by your side. I worshipped you with an idolatrous devotion, and all this only to hear again and again from your lips the expression of sentiments that condemned all that I had done as disreputable, unworthy, and immoral. You have repeatedly declared that, as an honorable man, you can never unite yourself with such a woman in the holy bonds of matrimony, no matter how much you loved her. It was for this reason that my own self-respect forbade that I should reveal my identity to you. The case of Houston was almost identical with my own, and in condemning the course which he had taken, you condemned me. I took it for granted that as an honorable man you expressed your honest sentiments, and there was nothing for me to do but to submit to your verdict. The captain raised his hand as if to speak, but I checked him, saying, Hear me through. It is in no spirit of unkindness that I speak. I've waited patiently for you to so modify your views that I can make myself known to you in the full assurance of your approval of my fidelity to our plighted troth. But you gave me no such opportunity. Nequa penetrated my disguise at first sight, and many others of my inner world friends with whom I have been associated intuitively understood that Jack Adams the sailor was an assumed character, and why it had been adopted. But you, blinded by the crystallized errors of a false education, were ignorant of my identity. I now reveal myself to you because I do not wish to continue this assumed character, even to escape the pain that would be inflicted by your disapproval. I do not regret the course I have taken. Under the same circumstances I would be compelled to do the same thing again, rather than be false to the higher laws of my own nature. It is true that I have repudiated, and still repudiate, any legal obligation that may be secured by fraud, misrepresentation, or coercion. I now know that human laws, human customs, and legal ceremonies may be the cover for the violation of God's laws, which are implanted in the human soul. I've been true to these higher God-made laws of my own being, and disregard all man-made laws and customs which violate the most sacred rights of the human soul. If I cannot meet you as an equal, free to think and act for myself, regardless of the arbitrary rulings of either church or state, then it will be far better for both of us that we remain apart. I will never be bound by any ceremony that does not meet my own approval. When it comes to matters of this kind, I, Cassie Van Ness, am the lawmaker. You have repeatedly expressed sentiments which could have no other meaning than that you regarded legal and popular ceremonies as of more worth in your estimation than the unpurchased and unpurchasable devotion of a loving woman. If you prefer a companion who cares more for what Mother Grundy might say than she does for Captain Gunnow, then I could not possibly be that companion. When I return, let all this be forgotten. Let us meet as friends, forget if we can the past, and let each of us live our own life true to our own convictions of what is noble, good, and true. I've had one lover and lost him because I loved him too devotedly. I shall never make that mistake again, but as the widow of such a lover, I shall henceforth continue to labor for the upbuilding of all humanity, as I would gladly have lived for him and him only. And now farewell, Raphael. I regret not that I loved you so devotedly, but that I did not learn sooner that it was only love with certain restrictions and within certain specific bounds that you wanted. Excuse my mistaken farewell. While I maintained my equilibrium, I felt that my heart would break. With my hand I waved a farewell to all, and set the Aeolus in motion. As I closed the door, Captain Gounod sprang forward, and would have dashed himself from the tower, but for those who stood by him. His last words have been ringing in my ears ever since, as they were wafted to me on the balmy air. In a voice of agonizing entreaty he cried out, "Oh, Cassie, Cassie, for God's sake, come back, come back." The end. End of Chapter 15, Part 2. End of Nequa, or the Problem of the Ages, by Jack Adams.